In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. The week is almost over. I hope you guys had a great remainder of your evening on yesterday. If any of you are here who watched my video on yesterday, if you didn't watch it, you may want to go over there and watch it. However, I had a little problem at the end of the video. My whole computer system shut down on me. So I apologize for about how it ended. I don't think I'm going back over any of the stories. So avail yourself to the stories on yesterday. Very, very interesting. I'd like to thank all of my new members and let you know I appreciate your support. Thank you guys for becoming members. And I'd like to thank you guys for subscribing. It helps out a lot. And if you like the show, you can share me out as well. And I appreciate all of your help. And hit the like button on your way in. Let's get into the content of what we'll be talking about today. I have quite a few things that I want to talk about. As you see, one of the things that I want to talk about is LIV Golf. Now, we understand that LIV Golf is one of 45-47's big projects. Most of the tournaments are played on Trump golf courses, which means that is a big kick in the financing of Donald Trump. We also understand that Saudi Arabia, a public PIF, public investment firm. These are the people. This is the entity that determines how Saudi Arabia will spend their money. Now it's being reported that the PIF said, no, we're not spending any more money on LIV Golf because we have to spend money on figuring how we are going to protect ourselves against Iran. We're spending our money on what we're going to do if the other strait is closed. If they close the strait in the the Red Sea again. If Iran tells the Houthis to close the Red Sea, something that we know the Houthis are able to do, because when this administration first went over to the Middle East and they were striking, who were they striking? They were striking the Houthis. And what were the Houthis doing? They were blockading the Red Sea. So it is Iran said no. We're pulling back on our purse strings on the Trump administration, and we do know that Jared Wickoff at present time, while he's supposed to be brokering peace, he was over there asking Saudi Arabia for $5 million more dollars. Hey, Lena, pretty brown eyes, it is good to see you. Thank you for being here. So it seems like Saudi Arabia is saying, this is money, good money going after bad. All of these promises. Oh, now it's time to cash in on all the promises. You know what they say? Don't write a check that your ass can't cash time. This is what time it is, it seems. But we'll see what happens with that. And we'll see what is happening there. I also want to talk about, did you guys know that the Pentagon has a request of car manufacturers? The Pentagon is requesting that car manufacturers start making bombs. So it seems like we're going to have Rosie the Riveter back in America. As long as you combine it with some symbolic American flag of a gesture, they'll do it like that. God knows if they can recreate 45, 47 as Jesus. We can put some patriotism behind the 2026 new Rosie the Riveter. Rosie the Riveter of this iconic woman picture poster. We can do it that they had in World War II, as women had to go and work in plants and factories building ammunition, munitions, missiles, and everything for the war, because damn near all of the men were over there fighting the war. So it seems that your Pentagon wants car manufacturers to build missiles. Now, I will tell you, I think it was Ford. I know it was Ford. And I think we'll get to the story. So, we also know that your administration has sent thousands more troops to fight in this war. They were on the warship not Ronald Reagan. They were George H.W. Bush. This warship. Now, they have Iran secured. Your president got on Marita Batarama's show on Fox News, and he told her, the war is pretty much over. He said this just last night. But what he didn't say on her show is they sent 1,000. Now, I got one report that it was 10,000 troops. Another report said that it was 6,000 troops. Thousands of troops are on their way or just arriving in the Middle East, and we are almost through. We are almost wrapped up. We have the Strait of Hormuz blocked off, and we now. Prior to us blocking it off, prior to us not being able to get a deal with Iran, the contention was that the only thing that needed to happen was the Strait of Hormuz needed to be open for all traffic going through the straits, and they couldn't effectuate that deal. So what they did is further block off the ships that were actually going through the strait, which Iranian approved or were paid for. Now, how does this end the war? How does this make anything any better? No, this makes everything that much worse. Now, they are also saying that your Scott Bessent and Caroline Leavitt came out in a press conference saying that they are going to enact more sanctions on Iran. They're going to financially cripple them with sanctions. But this isn't this the same administration that took the sanctions off Iran, which has allowed them to sell oil to China? They took off the sanctions for them to sell oil, but now they're going to try to steal the money from the sales. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? Now, do you wonder why Iran was saying that you had to pay them in the UN or you had to pay them in Bitcoin? Now, listen, I have been telling you for almost 2 years that Iran, well, they haven't been part of the BRICS, but Iran is now a part of the BRICS. China is part of the BRICS. India is part of the BRICS. All of these people trade in their own currency anyway. So the simple fact that Scott Besson thinks that they are selling this oil like they used to have to sell it on the dollar standard. No, they're not selling a whole lot of shit on the dollar standard. They don't have to go through the World Bank. They do not have to slide their credit card in the American credit card system that transfer their money. They don't have to transfer their money via the old system because BRICS has their own system which they trade with each other and trade money and make payments to each other without having to use anything associated with the dollar. So now Scott Besson said that he's going to punish any banking institution that has Iranian money in it. So understand when they told you that Barack Obama gave Iran money, they gave them millions of dollars. Now, Scott Besson, what he didn't say, the thing that Scott Besson should have said, he should have explained if the Trump administration gave Iran their own money back that was being held since Trump erase the nuclear deal that they had and then start imposing more sanctions on Iran. And then they start withholding Iran's money again. Scott Besson didn't say if the demand to negotiate the first negotiation, did they pay them their money. Now, Iran said that they got their money. So now all of a sudden they have money to withhold again. And they're trying to get their hands on this money that they're making from selling oil during this war. But why are they able to sell oil during this war? Is because they lift the sanctions off of the people that they are at war with to allow them to sell oil. Am I clear? This is what they did. Now we know that 4547 has already said we should just go over in Iran and take the oil. We know that 4547 has gone over in Venezuela and took the oil and took the money that was made from those oil sales. You know that oil that they told you that was being withheld to help the Venezuelan people. And when they started selling oil, they were going to help the Venezuelans. That oil went into a private offshore account that only your president have access to in Qatar. That's what happened to the oil sales money. So what now? What are they talking about? They are going to, if they're going to find any place that has Iranian money in it, and they are going to put sanctions on it, they're going to economically choke Iran. How are you going to put sanctions on money that is not in the dollar? How are you going to sanction Chinese money? How are you going to sanction the yen? I don't know how they plan to sanction money that is not theirs. They have nothing to do with. That is trade dollars, trade in a different country's denomination. How are they going to do all that? Let me see what you guys are talking about. Rose Bennett, is good to see you. Hey, Sabar, it is good to see you. Blessings to you as well. Okay, please hit the like button on your way in. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about, car makers are expected to make military equipment, military weapons. Okay. So, if the war is almost over, why are we sending up to 10,000, between 6 and 10,000 more troops to the region? And these troops that went to the region that was on that George H.W. Bush uh, ship to get to the region, if their region is so safe and the war is almost over, why did they not even, just travel through the Red Sea with the boat? We know that. How come they didn't just travel their normal route and go up to the Strait of Hormuz the normal way? If they wanted to, not be in the fray as soon as they got there, they could have went around in the Red Sea and gotten there. But this ship went all the way. I think they said it added quite a few days to their travel. Went all the way around the Horn of Africa to get there to avoid both straits. But I thought the war was almost over. Now we have the calling out for car companies to make weapons for this war. This war that they tell you that the Iranians, they are almost out of their ammunition, but they never said nothing about their own. They never said nothing about their own munitions that cost millions of dollars that they have used up to strike the rockets that Iran is using, to the point that they are asking automakers to make. Well, how come you're not asking Lockheed Martin to make it? How come you're not asking your sons, who you have given new defense contracts to? How come they're not making it? They're making money. But you want car companies to make the munitions because you're running out of munitions. But all of these people are in this $1 trillion defense contract that are overcharging for every fucking piece of ammunition that they create. Now you want the common man to come out here. Are the car companies going to be getting paid like Lockheed Martin? Are they going to receive checks like these defense contractors? Or are they going to just be working at the same price? Are the workers who you want to make the ammunition, who are against this war, are they going to be getting paid like the employees of defense contractors? Or are they just going to be undercut like American hirees like to do the American worker for a war that the Americans don't support and was not explained to them? We're going to go a little bit. I think I may have gone far enough in that, but I'm gonna definitely get into that. What else do we have to talk about? Let me see. We have There have been 6 articles of impeachment filed against Pete Kegbreath. We're going to talk about that. Uh, the crypto. We are going to talk about the House Judiciary report about your president, 4547, and the corruption of his crypto. We're also are going to talk about the Trump children, Beavis and Butthead Trump, Izzy and Kusei Trump, have been accused of using their Liberty Financial, their crypto business, as their own personal bank. It has been reported that they have sneaked in a little. I don't know how they can sneak this in on these billionaires. Now, there is, what is his name? There is a one investor, the highest investor in their company. He is saying that they have frozen his account, and in essence, he was the highest donor to their crypto business, and he is reporting that his account has been frozen, and he has lost somewhere up to I believe it's $60 million. We're gonna go into that. Now, the reason why that is important is because the simple fact is that uh, it appears that this person paid a fine. He was able to pay a fine. He was in hot water with the Biden Justice Department. He was in hot water and under investigation. And I think he had actually had a trial date set. And after he was given this fine, after this new 47 administration came in, all of that went away. And he was charged something like $100 million fine, which he easily paid, and then became the highest investor in Trump's Liberty, whatever financial crypto venture, the highest contributor, one of the first highest contributors. Do you find that peculiar? You may, because it is. You may find that very peculiar because it most definitely is peculiar. What else are we going to talk about? I Did you know that the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers will most likely soon have their convictions erased off their records entirely? Uh, uh, this DOJ is talking about totally erasing the record and the arrest of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. Maybe they want them to be confirmed for some of these opening seats that are coming up in this administration. Who knows? But this is what your Department of Justice has time for. They're looking to throw out the convictions. Now, for what is it? I forget. I forget what the charges was. The charges were so egregious that two other members got over 20 years that your president commuted. He didn't pardon them. He commuted the sentences. But now the DOJ wants to totally erase these sentences off their record, so they will never show up again. They cannot be bothered with this. Also, did you know? Now, I thought that the military had a long storied tradition. I thought that the military had enough holdovers, enough high ranking people to actually train our new military of people who are coming in to the service. Now it seems like another one of these Trump Nepo babies, as they say on I've Had It News. One of these Nepo babies, Don Jr., is trying to get a defense contract to train the troops. Now, we know that Don Jr. has not ever trained to be in the service himself. We know he has never been in the service himself, but he has a new business venture with MMA fighters. So he wants a contract with the Pentagon where these MMA fighters will go in and train our troops to do hand-to-hand combat. Now, we talk about our troops have the most sophisticated weapons around, but I do kind of see why they might need to know how to fight up front and personal, because these first batch of troops that they dropped down and left in Iran, stories have come out about how they were ill prepared. They had nothing to protect themselves with. It seems like your new army with all of this sophisticated machinery and equipment that they want to stand at podiums and tell you about are dropping troops off with nothing to protect themselves. So Don Jr. Sees a way in to profit off of our troops. Of course he does. He always does. So he is trying to get a military contract to couple with his MMA business to train our troops. Okay, so let's get into some of these stories that I have been telling you about. Oh, let's get into the new uh, press conference that Pete Kegbreath held today. Why don't you? Pete Kegbreath and Raising Cane, they did a press conference and it was kind of interesting. I must say, it really was kind of interesting. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, let me find all of my notes. Here they are right here. Let's get into it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Live, Pete Kegbreath holds Pentagon briefing on the Iran war. Let's see how the war is going, shall we? Let me share my screen with you and let's get into it. Welcome to everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. I appreciate your support. Let's hear the briefing, shall we?
Well, good morning. And as you may have noticed, the chairman and I are joined today by the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Bradley Cooper. He just returned from the front lines to see the troops and meet with allies, and this morning briefed us, just before this briefing, on the latest on all aspects of Operation Epic Fury. So after the chairman concludes, we'll ask Admiral Cooper to share a quick update on the ground truth from his trip to the region as he continues to implement an ironclad blockade and ensures that our forces are maximally postured to restart combat operations should this new Iranian regime choose poorly and not agree to a deal. And that is what we urge this morning, that this new Iranian regime choose wisely, which is where we'll start with a message to Iran's military leadership, to the KH leadership and IRGC leadership. We're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are.
Okay, and yet we're still losing this fight. All of this is just a puffing up and nonsense talk. All of this is just bullshit that he's talking. Because if our military has all this stuff, but the thing that it doesn't have is competent leaders at the top that are making the final decisions. You know, like yourself, Pete. Let's continue.
Moving them to. While you are digging out, which is exactly what you're doing, digging out of bombed out and devastated facilities, we are only getting stronger. You are digging out your remaining launchers and missiles.
And the reason why you're getting stronger is because you have to beckon in more people. You feel that more bodies in the region is the thing that is giving you strength, as your military capabilities are so depleted that you have to ask auto companies to make you more missiles. So are the bodies that you drop on the ground unprotected? Or is that what makes you stronger? The things that you disrespect the most by dropping them on the ground unprotected because you're running out of munitions, because you were sent on a fool's errand by fools. Let's continue.
With no ability to replace them. You have no defense industry, no ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that.
They have no way to replenish their weapons. But the thing is, it is reported that they have thousands of weapons. And you are the one who are asking car builders to replenish your weapons that you are out of. So the fact that you would bring up the replenishment of weapons, the Americans are the ones that need their weapons replenished. I mean, the point I'm making is Talk about something of substance. Keep people's mind off of our absolute failures. Quit being sitting up here blustering like we are so bad and tough, and you're talking about everything that you are insecure about. The number of bombs, the number of drones, the number of missiles that they have that they cannot replenish. We know that they can make their stuff cheaply. We also know that this is one of the most educated populace in the world. We also know that they are full of scientists, they are full of physicists, and we also know that America is the dumbest country in the world. We don't also know that America doesn't respect education. We know that your president doesn't respect education at all because he likes the uneducated voter. So who do you think is going to build a more sophisticated weapon the fastest first? Huh? Who now? Who y'all didn't know that they had what they had for your ass when you took your asses over there. They that $1 million missiles were being shot down by drones that cost a couple of $1,000s, tens of thousands of dollars. Not hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. Shooting down $1 million missiles that it takes 3 to 6 months to make 7 or 8 of these missiles that are being struck down. And your supply chain is so poor that you want automakers to make the rest of our missiles. But you're talking about what they don't have the capacity to do. Isn't that ironic? See, this is bullshit. This is what you call propaganda at its finest. Standing in front of you, a unqualified fool standing in front of you.
That you can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before, and better intelligence, even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before, as you expose yourself with your movement to our watchful eye. We are locked and loaded on your critical dual-use infrastructure, on your remaining power generation, and on your energy industry. We'd rather not have to do it, but we're ready to go at the command of our president and at the push of a button. This blockade, which the chairman will detail this morning, is the polite way that this can go. Your energy is not moving and will not.
Push a what button? You're ready to go and you can go at the push of what button? Was that a nuclear threat again? Was a nuclear threat that he said we can go at the push of a button? So if you have to make a push of a button a threat, that means that you're very insecure because you know that you're losing. And you come out here and talk about pushing a button. See, if you're talking about war is not pushing a button. War is about a whole lot of strategy, a whole lot of people doing different things, many buttons being pushed. But he said we are ready and we can do this at the push of a button. See, this is loser talk, blustering as somebody who is actually winning. That's how you know that this is loser talk.
Move, and we can do this all day. But it's not destroyed yet. Your energy industry is not destroyed yet. You like to say publicly, Iran, that you control the Strait of Hormuz, but you don't have a navy or real domain awareness. You can't control anything. To be clear, threatening to shoot missiles and drones at ships, commercial ships that are lawfully transiting international waters, that is not control. That's piracy. That's terrorism. The United States Navy controls the traffic going in and out of the strait because we have real assets and real capabilities. And we're doing this blockade, performing it with less than 10% of America's naval power. The math is clear. We're using 10% of the world's most powerful Navy, and you have 0% of your Navy. That's real control. And we have a long track record of dealing with pirates and terrorists. But there is an alternative. As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge And we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely. The world watched, and so did you, as the U.S. military moved seamlessly from major combat operations to a world-class blockade. We can make that transition again, very quickly, and even...
Okay, let's go back. Let's try to make sense of this nonsense. You have nothing. We're using 10% of our Navy, and you have nothing. You have no power. You have no this. They have the power to block the Strait of Hormuz. They have that power. And you, and with your 10% of your Navy that you're using, that you're dominating them with, you have not reopened the Strait of Hormuz with your powerful Navy, and you have everything and they have nothing. Well, why is it, as opposed to doing the thing that you want, unblocking the Strait of Hormuz that Iran has blocked, you have further blocked the Strait of Hormuz? That is your only ploy. Now, the vice president came out with it. He said that is piracy. If it is piracy, then why did President Trump want to get in on the money that they are charging the ships that they allowed through the Strait of Hormuz? So is he a pirate as well? Is he a pirate as well? And when we get to the Caroline Leavitt and Scott Bessent press conference, you will hear Scott Bessent say, once the strait is open, as if the American government will be in charge of the strait. And he said, we will make money off of this. We will make money off of this. But the Iranian people are the pirates of being struck unlawfully, illegally, for no provable reason that you have even tried to prove, and them using war tactics in a war, but you want to call them pirates, but you are over in their country bombing them for no reason. And you notice the irony in all of this? He said something else real dumb. He always says something dumb. Hold on, let me see.
And we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran...
The blockade was successful before you joined it. What are you talking about? You were supposed to be opening the strait. In the meantime, what?
...chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure.
So now you're saying they're going to have a blockade, and they're going to have what is going to paralyze the economy further. Is that what you're saying? And they're going to have bombs dropped on their infrastructure, which is a war crime. But he wants to tell you that these people are pirates because they're using war tactics. They are not attacking these ships. They are blocking these ships from going through. Now, he wants to equate that, you're going to hit. Well, they did. I take that back. They did strike some ships that were going through the strait. Thus, no more ships are going through the strait. I stand corrected. Now, the thing about this is, what are the other options? He went on and pontificated about all of the blocking of the straits, and they are pirates and this, that, and the other. What now? He's telling them that if they choose the right thing. Did you ever hear him say what the right thing was that they were offering up? No, it's just more vagueness from this administration. They didn't give you 11 reasons while they're over there, and none of them make sense. But he tells them, if you choose rightly, then everything will be okay. But he never tells you what this right choice is supposed to be. Let's continue.
Power and energy. And at the same time, lawfully transiting international waters, that is not control. That's piracy. That's terrorism. The United States Navy.
If that's piracy and if that's terrorism, you in the United States are using our military as terrorists as well. Because what is our military doing over there? They're blocking the strait. They're threatening people to turn around who have gone to Iranian ports. So is that terrorism as well? They are blocking people who go through the Iranian port that the Iranian people are giving passage. So therefore, if you are blocking those boats, that as well is piracy and terrorism. Let's be real clear.
He controls the traffic going in and out of the strait because we have real assets and real capabilities. And we're doing this blockade, performing it with less than 10% of America's naval power. The math is clear. We're using 10% of the world's most powerful navy, and you have 0% of your navy. That's real control.
They have 0% of their navy, and they have full control of the Strait of Hormuz. How curious.
And we have a long track record of dealing with pirates and terrorists. But there is an alternative. As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge. And we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will make...
Excuse me, sir. What golden bridge do you speak of? What golden bridge do you speak of, sir? Sir, can I have another bowl of porridge, please? What golden bridge, sir?
Maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely. The world watched, and so did you, as the U.S. military moved seamlessly from major combat operations to a world-class blockade. We can make that transition again, very quickly, and even more powerfully than ever. At the direction of President Trump, the War Department will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, never. We'd prefer to do it the nice way, through a deal led by our great vice president and negotiating team, or we can do it the hard way.
Through a deal, the same deal that they got in February, that they would not be proliferating any uranium anymore. That deal is. Do you want the same deal that you turned down in February that was given to you? And I'm going to play you something about that deal that they turned down, that they would not be proliferating any more nuclear material, or the deal that 45-47 tore up in his first term. Now, we understand that people like South Korea, they are having to really speed up the power that they use to power their country, because there is going to be a very serious shortage that they are trying to get ahead of. They are aware that there is going to be a large power shortage, and they are using they are ramping up what? They are ramping up their nuclear power that they use to power South Korea. So in the Barack Hussein Obama, Iran asked to just have nuclear power to do what? Power Iran. So when we Barack Hussein Obama agreed to give them nuclear power to power their country. You know, those nuclear power plants that you see scattered about the United States, what those nuclear power plants are there to do? To power New Jersey, to power parts of the country that they are in. But every time they say nuclear in regards with Iran, they want you to think about a bomb. You know, the warning that a bomb, that a nuclear bomb that Benjamin Netanyahu has been running around saying that they're going to get very soon, in the next year, in the next week, in the next month. Every time they say nuclear with Iran, it's about a bomb. So, if you want Iran to never have a nuclear weapon, Show us where they were trying to get a nuclear weapon. That's the first thing. But what we do know that they have agreed to not proliferate uranium for military and weapons purposes. And 4547 tore up that contract and still is talking about that contract. And what we know is that the UN and inspectors and funny that your own intelligence community has told Trump that while the inspectors were inspecting under that agreement that Iran had with Obama, there were no weapon grade uranium found. The 4547's own intelligence company told them that they were not trying to create a weapon. But what did 4547 do? He listened to Benjamin Netanyahu, who told him, they over there making weapons. They're over there trying to enrich uranium to make a weapon. Once again, 4547 just dismissed the information that he got from his own intelligence company, own intelligence companies, and just tore up the agreement. The same thing that he did. He listened to his intelligence people. He listened to them tell him that the Saudi prince was the one who ordered the unaliving of the Washington Post reporter Khashoggi. But did he listen to his intelligence people? No. He said MBS was a great guy. He just whitewashed MBS. And you notice what happened thereafter? Him and MBS and the Saudis had a great financial business life together, making billions of dollars. Just hand Jared Kushner $2 billion. And Jared Kushner was in a business he ain't never worked in, never had no experience in. The PIF, the entity that gives out Saudi wealth to invest in different companies, said, nah, this motherfucker don't know nothing about this. Why would we give him $2 billion? And you know who overrode that? The Saudi prince, MBS. So let's keep it a buck. This is a bunch of dumb shit. Now, curiously enough, it is, there was a American military base over in Saudi Arabia that got hit so badly. All of the installations that America went over in the UAE, all of these Qatar, Bahrain, all of these places that had military bases that 4547 was snoozing. All of a sudden, they got struck. Now, is it like they didn't know that it was possible that since Iran couldn't strike America back, it would strike American bases on these closer regions? Yeah, that was common sense. If you had common sense, you know that was going to happen. But you thought that you were so in bed because you were getting billions from these companies to create golf resorts and all of these high-rise buildings and all of these buildings for the mega rich that it wouldn't touch you. But hold on. That you were selling weapons. I remember they was sitting up in the White House the last time MBS came to the United States, and he's sitting up there. And what did your president do? True to nature, he pulled out poster boards with renderings on them. Oh yeah, they're buying some fighter planes. Which one? That you can buy this one. You probably can buy 5 or 6 of these. Yes, I'm rich. He's up here with renderings of fighter planes that they were selling to Saudi Arabia. He's worried about business deals with Saudi Arabia. but he's not worrying about their safety. Now, Saudi Arabia was like, well, wait a minute, hold on. I thought that we should be able to give some protection, and y'all done totally hauled ass out of the base. Who's supposed to protect us? Why the fuck we give you a base here and you ain't even here? You got your people booked up in hotels and shit because they done fucked this base up so badly. But we gave you this base to protect us. We didn't give you this base to make us a target. That's what you did. Now, Saudi Arabia is pulling out of LIV Golf. They're not pumping no more money into LIV Golf. It is a tournament. There's a tournament. Oh no, there was a tournament yesterday. It is expected that LIV Golf will functionally not be alive today. It is expected to have shut down today. Now, there are people saying that that's not true. Just because the Saudis have taken their money out, it doesn't mean the folding of LIV Golf, but we'll see. Now, Saudi Arabia, that was the next thing that they were pumping their money into was sports and sports arena. Trying to woo over like they did for LIV Golf. They wooed over a lot of people from the PGA to be permanent golfers for LIV Golf. But they said that LIV Golf paid way more money, and that is how they were able to woo golfers away from the PGA. But I digress. Let's get back to this numbnuts.
We urge this new regime to choose wisely. Speaking of choosing wisely, a note to the press corps, to the American media, as I just can't help but notice the endless stream of garbage, the relentlessly negative coverage you cannot resist peddling, despite the historic and important success of this effort and the success of our troops. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side some of you are actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic. This same press corps, not this exact same press corps, but at least an older press corps, bent over backwards during the Biden administration to explain away the disastrous and disgraceful Afghanistan withdrawal. You called it the greatest airlift in American history. It's almost like you're cheering only for one side. This past Sunday, I was sitting in church with my family, and our minister preached from the book of Mark, the 3rd chapter. And in the passage, Jesus entered a synagogue and healed a man with a withered hand. The Pharisees came to watch. And as the scripture reads, they came to see whether Jesus, would heal him, or he would heal him on the Sabbath, so that they might accuse him. You see, the Pharisees, the so-called and self-appointed elites of their time, they were there to witness, to write everything down.
Okay. Now this is the Secretary of Defense talking about what his white nationalist pastor told him on Sunday, talking about his Christian religion, while your vice president can't defend his own Catholic religion, while your own vice president that just became a Catholic, 2 years ago, is writing a book about his great transition into Catholicism, can't even defend the Pope, somebody who has lived their whole life studying their religion. Now here you have this numbnuts up here telling you what some white nationalist said about being honest, about honor. Let me
to report. But their hearts were hardened. Even though they witnessed a literal miracle, it didn't matter. They were only there to explain away the goodness in pursuit of their agenda.
Now, how he mumbled up of this story, even I, who haven't been in church a lot since I grew up in church, I know that the Sadducees were not were the ones who were the elite. So I even know that. But here you have this man trying to manipulate, trying to propagandize the Bible. to say what? Why did he tell you this story? What, look at the bullshit in front of your eyes. He's talking about what he heard in Sunday, and what is he going to connect this with in common day as they fight illegal war that they targeted children in, that their articles of impeachment are on him for targeting children. Pete, you're saying all of this, but when you were asked who struck the Iranian school, you said it was being investigated. Pete, while you're talking about all of this, how did that investigation turn out, Pete? You never came back to us and updated us about the investigation that you had going on about those schoolgirls being struck down by missiles, Pete. Nobody gives a fuck what your white nationalist preacher told you. The lies that your white nationalist preacher told you, the same type of preaching that they used to tell slaves to keep them in control. Nobody wants to hear this rewritten bullshit that your white nationalist pastor told you. And why are you talking about your religion at the podium in the middle of a fucking war where you are committing war crimes, you dumb bitch?
He would heal him on the Sabbath so that they might accuse him. You see, the Pharisees, the so-called and self-appointed elites of their time, they were there to witness.
The Pharisees weren't the elite of their times. It was the Sadducees.
To write everything down, to report. But their hearts were hardened. Even though they witnessed a literal miracle, it didn't matter. They were only there to explain away the goodness in pursuit of their agenda. As the passage ends, the Pharisees went out and immediately held counsel against him, how to destroy him. I sat there in church and I thought, our press are just like these Pharisees.
He said all of that to talk about the press. All of this is to talk. Now he's going to talk about the press longer than he talked about this war. This big tough Secretary of Defense is a victim. Now he's turning into a Karen. He's going to sit up here and whine and cry because a judge has ruled that he could not throw the New York Times and a couple of other agencies that sued his punk ass because they took their press credentials because they would not sign an NDA. And all of the press corps left the Pentagon, but some of the press corps sued, and the judge ruled that they must get their credentials back, and they must be given full reign of the Pentagon that they had prior to this administration coming in and saying that they must be escorted anywhere they go in the Pentagon. So you know what Kegbreath did after he got that ruling? What Kegbreath did he said, we're going to build a whole separate building in this little tin shed over here, and we're gonna make this where the press commune and meet and do their stuff. And you know what the judge came back and said? Oh no, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna do what I told you you're gonna do. So he's mad at the press. So let's hear all of this. The little bit that we heard about the war, he never told you what was the right thing that the Iranians can choose, because there is no right thing. Because they hadn't checked with Benjamin Netanyahu and said, well, what can we tell our American people about if they choose wrong? We're going to continue to commit war crimes. And then if they choose right, what is right? They didn't bother to ask Benjamin Netanyahu, because you understand that this administration cannot negotiate anything with the country that they went to war with illegally without Netanyahu's approval. You saw when they did that ceasefire and said that Lebanon was a part of the ceasefire. No, Lebanon was not a part of the ceasefire. Because why? Because Benjamin Netanyahu came out shortly after they announced the ceasefire agreement, and Netanyahu said, no, Lebanon is not a part of the ceasefire. And then what happened? Then your vice president came out and said that they didn't speak English well because Lebanon was never a part of the ceasefire. However, we did see your president come out before they met about this ceasefire, and what your president said, that there was a 10-point plan. Your president printed out the 10-point plan on his live social media, and we saw the 10-point plan that your president put out, and he said that it was a visible, a workable framework to get to some type of agreement. And then Netanyahu said no. So here we are with this numbnuts thinking that he is smarter than a fifth grader, coming out telling you bullshit and connecting. Now he's going to rant and rave like a little hoe about the press. Because the courts have shut him down. About what? The press. Let's continue.
All of you, not all of you, but the legacy Trump-hating press. Your politically motivated animus for President Trump nearly completely blinds you from the brilliance of our American warriors. The Pharisees scrutinized every good act in order to find a violation, only looking for the negative. The hardened hearts of our press are calibrated only to impugn. I would ask you to open your eyes to the goodness, the historic success of our troops, the courage of this president, and this historic moment for a deal that could end the Iranian nuclear threat, the incredible battlefield victory laid before your eyes, the not one, but two incredible rescue missions, miracles, you might say, or a locked-in blockade. Or how about historic recruiting numbers? Yesterday, we announced that the Air Force and the Space Force met new higher goals.
David McClure, can you erase your comment? Do not come in my chat using profanity. I appreciate that. Let's continue.
In FY26, 5 months in advance of the end of the fiscal year, five months ahead of time. The Marine Corps and the Army will soon do the same. 2-3 years ago, we couldn't meet lower recruiting numbers, not even close. Where are the reports on that? Where's the coverage of the new spirit in the country, the new spirit in the ranks, the surge of Americans wanting to join the greatest military in the world? Nothing from the fake news. We sense a pattern. You see, on the battlefield,
nothing from the fake news, because no one has to join the forces anymore. 4547 has initiated a policy that will automatically assign anyone who becomes the age of 18 into the selected services. So what are you talking about all of these people signing up? You're going to see a surge in the number of people who are signed up to the selected services after December, because that policy that was enacted last October is going to be put into effect this December. So now all of a sudden you want to pretend like there's a surge of people who are signing up for the Army or the military. Boy, bye.
These are demonstrations of uniquely American capabilities, strength and resolve. It's all around you each and every day. But in the press, you only seek the negative, earning each and every day the fake news label.
Earning every day the fake news label. What fake news? Be specific. He's bitching and moaning about the press. Look at this. This is so pathetic. This is so embarrassing. Saying nothing about the troops that he is sending over there. Trying to if you want to update us on the war, update us on the number of troops that you are sending on over there. If you want to update us about the war, update us on why you're saying the war is almost over and somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 troops are going over there right now. If you want to update us on the war, if you want to say that you have so much power controlling the Strait of Hormuz that you were supposed to be getting open, but you closed to show your power. You didn't want Iran to have it closed, but this is the way you show your power. You make sure it's closed. How silly are these people? Or is it the Trump voter who always buy their lie in their foolishness, maybe they think the Trump voter is this silly. And some of them, unfortunately, are. Some of them are in here talking about Trump 2028, right? Okay, we're going to keep going with this foolishness. A fool. He's mad at the press.
The American people, with goodness in their hearts, see past the Pharisees in our press.
No, we see past the Pharisees in our administration.
They see the goodness. You watching, you see the goodness. They see the success.
I see no goodness. I see no success. What success do we see in this military? What is successful about starting an illegal war? What is successful about creating war crimes? What is successful about threatening to annihilate a whole civilization? What is successful about talking about we can do this by pushing one button? A further threat, in my opinion, of a nuclear strike against this nation, because you are so simple, because you have fired all the high-ranking generals who spent their lives practicing for war, studying war, doing tests on war, and you are a motherfucking drunken loser who was doing propaganda on Fox News Weekend with 3 other motherfuckers because you couldn't be trusted to do a show by yourself. You were a segment of a segment host on Fox News. You couldn't do a show. You probably could do a segment. You probably was shit-faced drunk by the end of the show, so they sure didn't give you a show by yourself. So let's keep it real. Firing all of the experienced generals, and we see the success. No, we see absolutely no success. If it was so successful, your president said it was going to take 4 weeks top. 4 weeks tops. If we saw success, your president wouldn't have been on the news talking about the gas prices will not reduce by the summer. If we saw success, your president wouldn't have came out and told us that, in fact, your gas prices may rise by December. Where's the success in any of this? What was the mission? So how are we supposed to know if there is any success? Well, no, it's not about nuclear. We just got to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. We already were sure of that. Your own intelligence department has told you that. Your own intelligence department in this administration, Tulsi Gabbard and the guy from Washington who was over counterintelligence, who came out, and Joe Kent. They already told you that Iran was not trying to proliferate uranium to create a weapon. So what success do you speak of, sir? Huh? What success do you want, sir? You want the success of being able to pull your tongue from the base of Trump's nut to the top of his back in licking ass. That's the success that you look for. But that's not the acceptable success for this nation. And you bankrupting and putting the future of this nation in debt for decades for a unadvised, illegal war for no reason.
They see the reality, and they don't demand perfection, and perfection is not possible on any battlefield. But they see the incredible feats that our troops accomplish every single day. So to those troops, stay focused, block out the noise, stay aggressive. You are showing the world what it means to be an American warrior. You are making this building and the American people proud. We pray for you every day, and we have your back in every way. And to Iran, choose wisely. I pray you choose a deal which is within your grasp for the betterment of your people and for the betterment of the world. In the meantime, the War Department is locked and loaded. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Last week, the President of the United States directed a ceasefire that temporarily paused major combat operations in Iran. The unprecedented effort by America's joint force during Operation Epic Fury set the conditions for this ceasefire. And as the Secretary said, I'd like to emphasize during this pause that the United States joint force remains postured and ready to resume major combat operations at literally a moment's notice. This morning, I'd like to give you an update on the ongoing blockade in the CENTCOM AOR area of responsibility. On Monday, 13 April at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, at the direction of the President, America's joint force began implementing a blockade against Iran under the leadership of Admiral Cooper and the team at CENTCOM. Let me be clear, this blockade applies to all ships, regardless of nationality, heading into or from Iranian ports. The U.S. action is a blockade of Iran's ports and coastline, not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Enforcement will occur inside Iran's territorial seas and in international waters. In addition to this blockade, the joint force, through operations and activities in other areas of responsibility, like the Pacific area of responsibility under the command of Admiral Paparo, will actively pursue any Iranian-flagged vessel or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran. This includes dark fleet vessels carrying Iranian oil. As most of you know, dark fleet vessels are those illicit or illegal ships evading international regulations, sanctions, or insurance requirements. More than 10,000 sailors, Marines, and airmen, over a dozen ships and dozens of aircraft are executing this mission. And let me walk you through this operation a little bit. Please go to the first slide. First to the graphic, this is taken before the blockade began. North is up. You can see the blockade line here in the center of the graphic, denoted by the red dashed line. This map is a pull from our common operating picture that we use to allow commanders and key leaders to see what is happening in near real time. We just grabbed screen grabs to highlight the actions and activities. What is not shown is how incredibly congested this area is and the incredible work that our sailors are doing to ensure that they can work in and around an incredibly busy water space. What is also not depicted here is the massive force of fighters, intelligence aircraft, helicopters, and other embarked forces, to include aerial refueling tankers, that are up overhead this blockade area. You'll note that U.S. forces are in blue, Iranian ships are in red, and as we started this blockade, there were 7 ships of interest that were of concern for U.S. Central Command. Through a variety of intelligence tools and with the assistance of the Office of Naval Intelligence and other intelligence agencies, the force began to hunt for potential interdictors at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Next slide, please. It's now 12:40 Eastern Daylight Time, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the blockade, as attempted blockade runners attempt to hop the line. U.S. forces began to commit. Out in front of them was a range of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and tactical assets. And immediately these runners began to see, sense, and feel America's combat power compressing upon them. The lead ship, normally a destroyer, as depicted here, along with air power off of the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group, began to move towards those ships. At each point, the United States Navy will transmit a warning. A young sailor, normally on the bridge of one of those destroyers, a junior officer, picks up that mic and transmits, and I quote, "Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure transiting to or from Iranian ports. Turn around or prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this block..."
Prepare for what? Prepare to be boarded. Now, prepare to be boarded. Now, we are in the middle of a war. Now, your president said that if ships, nobody will pass through the Strait of Hormuz, friend or foe, which means the friendly ships that may have paid Iran, or Iran has given the permission to go through the strait. No, this is who the Americans are blocking. But what did he say that they would do if these ships continued on? Not fishing boats, ships. What did he say if these huge ships that's carrying tons and tons of oil and cargo. What did he say that the United States would do if they did not stop in the middle of a war? He said we would board their vessel. What happened with those fishing boats in Venezuela? What did they do to the fishing boats in Venezuela that they want to convince you that was sending drugs to the United States when many of them weren't even headed to the United States, when none of them had the capabilities to reach the United States because they didn't have the fuel capacity to reach the United States? Did they board those vessels? How many different reasons did they give you why they couldn't board these uh, fishing vessels? Where they had the Coast Guard, whose job it was to do that every day. What did they do to little small dinghy boats? They hit them with missiles. Because it wasn't about the lie that they told you about narco terrorism and all of this narco drug terrorism and all of this shit. It was about stealing the oil from Venezuela. So I found it ironic that he stood up here and told you that if a big ship didn't stop advancing when told to stop by a military boat, that they would not shoot them, they would board them. You know why they are doing this? Because your president told you that they were going to take out anybody that was coming through the Strait of Hormuz. Your president told you that they were not going to allow anybody, if they came through, they were going to bomb on them. But what your military is telling you is they have decided that they will not be taking illegal orders from this president. They will do what they will be out there. They will, do their best to stop the boats, but they ain't telling you they gonna bomb no boats. They're not telling you that they're going to commit war crimes. Now, there has been an uptick on people who are in the service who have been checking with legal attorneys and things like that because they are refusing to follow this president to The Hague. Let's continue.
We will use force. And as this message is being transmitted, as I fly in ports, turn around or prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. And as this message is being transmitted, as I mentioned earlier, those ship masters can literally see, sense, and feel the pressure around them. It's a finely tuned machine, rehearsed multiple times, and executed now 13 times since the blockade has begun. Next slide, please. We're now 24 hours plus into the blockade. You can see the turning around of multiple ships, 12 of which stayed inside the blockade line, one of which not depicted off to the eastern side, turned around before even attempting it. Any ship that would cross the blockade would result in our sailors executing pre-planned tactics designed to bring the force to that ship, if need be, board the ship and take her over. And that includes...
1 second. 1 second. Okay. Let's be sure. No one has to agree with me. I'm giving my commentary, my thoughts on what I see. But do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Now, let's examine something right here. No, not you. Not you. I apologize. Let's examine something right here. Who is this? Barbara Thompson. Wow, you're stupid. Trump. Your Y-O-U-R. I'm stupid. Now, see, this is the uneducated Trump voter. I love it when you guys call attention to yourselves. If first of all, it's not Y-O-U-R if you're talking about a person. It's your, not your. Not your, as in your coat, your bag, as in ownership of something. It's your, you are, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, as in you are. It's not your, it's your. And so who's stupid, sweetheart? Baby, who's stupid? Who's stupid? You coming up in you're coming up in someone's chat as if you're saying something prophetic, and you're showing how stupid you really are. So get your ass up out of my chat. Okay? You dumb bitch? Okay, let's continue.
A series of escalated force options, which could include warning shots and others. Next slide. The final graphic shows taken at 11:20 p.m. the night of 14 April. You can see that the captains of all these ships have made the wise decision not to move, transit, or run this blockade. As I mentioned, so far, 13 ships have made the wise choice of turning around. And as we continue to hold this blockade at the order of the Secretary and the President, any vessel that compares to comply with our instructions will be dealt with accordingly. As of this morning, U.S. Central Command has not been required to board any particular ships. And
okay. So that's what he has to say on that. Everything that he's saying has been, of course, disputed by the other side. That's all I can say. It's two sides to every story, and then the third side is usually the truth. That's why I show the Department of Defense Secretary sits over there. I refuse to call it the Department of War because the name of the Department of Defense can only be changed by Congress. So Pete Keckbreath over there are talking about the media and what the media is getting wrong, and how would the media get anything right if the media is not embedded with our troops? So the point I'm making is he's telling you that the media is lying to you when they are doing investigations and getting tips outside of the fairy tale that your military is presenting to you, and they expect the media to fall in line like they expect the media to fall in line in authoritarian nations and just write what the supreme leader tells them to write, as they say that they are fighting Iran and the horrible things that Iran does to their people. They are trying to be an authoritarian state that controls the media like North Korea, and you only get what the media wants to put out to you. Thus, his billionaires buddies are buying up, and the FCC is allowing mergers of huge media companies, all of the social media, all of the your broadcast media, your local media, your cable media, your streaming media is being bought up by billionaires with an agenda, with a story that they want to put out. In stories that they don't want out, they are shutting them down. That's why there's no press embedded with your military to tell you their own story. So any story that the press put out that Pete Keckbreath doesn't like, he'll tell you that it's fake news. It's fake news. It's fake news. But he has no actual news reporter who is embedded that is telling the same story that he's telling. We're just supposed to accept these fairy tales that these people standing at these podiums are giving you. Let's be real clear about that. Now, let's talk about have the articles of impeachment been filed yet? Yes, the articles of impeachment have been filed. 6 articles of impeachment have been filed against Keckbreath. Let's continue.
Mind you that we are all.
I thank all of you for joining me. Please hit the like button, subscribe if you like, just participate. You can. Nobody is expecting everybody to agree with me, but do not come in my chat being disrespectful to me because of my opinion. Or we're gonna have a couple of words before you're escorted out. But thank you for coming in and joining me. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you wish.
Also conducting similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific AOR against those ships that left that area before we began the blockade. Before I turn it over to Admiral Cooper, I want to talk briefly today about the men and women enforcing the blockade, America's sailors and Marines, and today, particularly our destroyer and surface forces. When we talk about an American destroyer, it's important that you and the American people understand their capabilities. An Arleigh Burke-class destroyer are the backbone of the United States Navy surface fleet. Over 500 feet long, they displace 9,000 tons, and it is the sports car of the United States Navy. From the keel to the mast, they stand nearly 10 stories tall, and their 4 gas turbine engines can drive the ship at 30.
Okay, we know that the Ellison has bought Paramount, but I don't need no script read from me by these numbnuts. So this is the Admiral. Now I think this is the Admiral that distinctly said he would not commit war crimes over there.
So now I'd like to turn it over to Admiral Cooper to give us a readout of his recent trip to the region.
Well, good morning, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for the kind invitation. And Chairman, great to join you. It's a real honor to be here representing the more than 50,000 American service members deployed throughout the Middle East today, supporting operations. And it's great to have the opportunity to highlight the tremendous efforts our warfighters operating forward and the important partnerships with regional allies that continue to thrive. In fact, yesterday I returned from my second trip to the Middle East in the past 15 days. 2 very different visits. One during our offensive operations in Iran, and the second in this most recent trip during...
Let's stop for a second here. Can we look at the chest and the bars streaming down his chest? Can we look at all these bars that are on his chest, all the allocates that this man has received as being obviously a lifelong server of the military? And can we compare it to the desecrated pocket square that your Department of Defense, Pete Kegbreath, has in his pocket? Has no fucking experience, and therefore he cannot speak intelligently about anything about this war. It is these people who, with all of these bars hanging down their chest, the ones that the black ones that had these same number of bars hanging off their chest that were fired by this motherfucker with a pocket square because he is a racist. It's these people. And now, is it his fault that he is so arrogant and didn't care that he was not qualified for the position that he was nominated for, and he didn't have the common sense enough to say, oh God, I would embarrass myself. I don't know nothing about running no military. Shit, I can't even run these little military veteran programs without bankrupting them. Hell no, I can't do that, Donald. Find another little cushy place for me where I somewhere close to the bar and bitches. Put me close to the bar and the bitches, Trump. I am not qualified to run no goddamn military, but you can give me some of that money though. Okay, so it's not his fault that he was nominated for a position that he's not qualified for. It's your president's fault that your president chose to nominate somebody with a desecrated... I thought we weren't supposed to desecrate our great, wonderful American flag. It is your fault that the president of the United States has this motherfucker over the Pentagon who is now asking car manufacturers to stop making cars and start making weapons. It's not your fault. It's not his fault. It's the president's fault that they want to turn what is his name? Rosie the Riveter back into Vogue in 2026 and have car companies making missiles as they tell you that Iran is out of missiles and ammunition and all of this stuff. They are trying to get Ford and Chevy to make more missiles because they done fucked over all of their missiles. All of those missiles that they spend millions of dollars for that Iran has been striking out of the sky with $1,000 drones, $30,000 drones. Let's continue. I just, the optics of it all. What type of intelligent information did you receive from Keg Breath? You heard nothing but a whole lot of bitching and moaning about the media because he has yet again lost a court case. And yesterday, those 6 articles of impeachment were filed on him. Let's continue.
The ongoing ceasefire, very different. During both of my recent trips, I visited with our troops who were deployed across the region in more than 70 different locations, in a distance that largely spans between Florida and Arizona. I've long believed that every success that we have starts and ends with our people, and boy, does this shine through brightly. During these visits, I had the privilege of personally recognizing more than 100 servicemen and women for their extraordinary valor, their courage, and their initiative under fire and delivering fire. And every time I interact with these young men and women downrange, I am deeply inspired by their courage, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment. The story.
Hold on. Hold on one second. Jack Wagner. Trump is losing the war. The U.S. is now in control of the strait. But that's not winning the war. Winning the war would have been opening the strait. How is the U.S. in control of the strait? If they are in control, if the U.S. is in control of the strait, is what you're telling me, and these ships are not getting out to America, there should be all of the ships. If they are in control of the straits, hundreds of ships should be coming out through the straits. If the U.S. is in control of the straits, and that it was terrorism if Iranians kept the strait closed. So you are telling me that now the United States are now the terrorists who are keeping the straits closed? Is that what you want me to believe, or is that what you're dumb enough to believe? And just got China to oblige. They just got China to oblige. To oblige what? What would, as long as we let their oil through, and who's talking in the background? What background? Now, that must be someone in your head talking in the background. If you think that China, we got China to oblige. Oblige what? China is doing what China has always been doing. But you want to say that America is in control of the Strait of Hormuz. But America said they weren't going to let any ships, nobody, even people who were friendly with Iran out, which would be China. But you think that America got China to do something as long as they let the Chinese ships out. The point that the Chinese ships were getting out has never been a factor with China, because their ships have always been getting out. Motherfucking blockade by Iran or not. Why? Because they are part of the BRICS that trade with Iran on a regular basis. Of course, Iran wasn't going to block China. They are fucking selling oil to China. But now you think that we are winning in the Strait of Hormuz, but we're still letting China ships out. I thought that your president said that if China was supporting and helping give weapons to Iran, that China would be in big trouble. But now, all of a sudden, you in here thinking that, oh, well, they got China to oblige as long as Chinese ships get to go through the straits. Chinese ships ain't never stopped going through the strait, you dumb motherfucker. Let's continue.
Are remarkable. In many cases, you've seen this play out over TV. Fighter pilots who took out Iranian missile launchers in the moments prior to their launch against Americans and our partners, and who hit key military targets in and around Tehran on the attack more than 13,000 times. I met with some of the teams that helped to bring our F-15 airmen home safely from Iran and heard first-person accounts of the stories. Absolute heroes. I spent time with our troops who are employing cutting-edge tactics and technology for the first time in warfare. I won't be able to talk about what those are, but these young men and women are breaking new ground. It's incredibly inspiring. I met with teams who launched our own one-way attack drones into Iran. These were originally Iranian-designed drones. We brought them back to America, took the guts out, put a made American stamp on them, and fired them right back to Iran. Very effective. I met with teams who are employing AI every single day to help us sift through vast amounts of information to help us make decisions faster. And importantly, humans are always in the loop in this process. I met with our Space Force teams and our cyber specialists, whose work cannot be discussed, but who serve with indispensable impact. I met with our logisticians and sustainers all over the region. There is just no military that executes logistics like the U.S. military. This group is doing exceptional work, moving thousands of tons every single day. I met with our air defenders who shot down Iranian ballistic missiles. My message for this group in particular is that their actions most certainly saved thousands of lives across the Middle East during Epic Fury. And all told, my personal assessment is, after these couple of trips, is our troops are highly motivated, they're focused, they're vigilant, and they're ready. And they're using this time to do a couple of things. We're rearming, we're retooling, and we're adjusting our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There's no military in the world that adjusts like we do, and that's exactly what we're doing right now during the ceasefire. A little note about partners. My discussion with regional allies and partners, both at the senior civilian level and the senior military level, reinforced our shared commitment to regional security. But beyond that, having now fought together side by side, I assess that our military partnerships are stronger than ever as we continue to maintain a very active defense posture across the region during this ceasefire. And that posture stretches across the entire Arabian Peninsula, and it runs from northern Iraq all the way down into the northern Arabian Gulf. In creating the largest air defense umbrella in the world across the Middle East, we embedded specially trained U.S. military air defenders alongside our partner nation soldiers, side by side, literally side by side. And to give you a sense of their contribution and impact, the King and Crown Prince of Bahrain both personally knew our soldiers by name. These leaders expressed appreciation for our service member who continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our partners in support of regional defense. And this is a sentiment that is widely shared across every Gulf ally. I heard this message over and over again, which is, we stand with you. As the Secretary and the Chairman have said, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan have been exceptional teammates. I had a chance to meet with both their senior leadership as well as their troops. Boy, equally inspiring and equally committed to mutual defense. They defended Americans and they defended their own country. It was inspiring. And there's been no better teammate than Israel. Together, the four best air forces in the world. The Israeli Air Force.
So how many boots on the ground is Israel putting? Let's get to the questioning. This is dumb. There's no better partner than Israel, someone who led us into this illegal war. The fuck out of my face.
During this period, and that's exactly what they're doing. I couldn't be prouder, and I know that you and the American people share in that same pride. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alexandra Ingersoll.
Oh, he heard me talk about those tan shoes. He finally has on some black shoes. Finally, he don't have those shoes on that look like he pissed on the tips of his shoes. Those old brown shoes he wore every day. Keg Breath, I knew you listened to me.
News. How is the Iran? Thank you. Alexandra Ingersoll, One American News. How is the Iranians' decimated command and control affecting the ceasefire at this juncture? Ergo, how are we enforcing a ceasefire with an enemy who has virtually no command and control? And then one other question about the Houthis have the Houthis been an issue in the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandab Strait at the Red Sea? Or are we trying?
No, the Houthis are at the Bab al-Mandab Straits. And now Iran has said that they will enact the Houthis at their giving time. Now, we know, many of you may have forgotten that the United States tucked tail and ran out of the Bahman Straits in the Red Sea once before. You know, they hauled ass and turned around our warships so quickly that 2 military airplanes fell off the deck and into the water. We lost 2 military airplanes behind Pete Keg Breath over there talking about we're going to show lethality and we're not going to allow them to impede on the strait. What happened? They turned around, turned tail, and ran. And the Houthis continued to do what they were doing in the Red Sea. They were protesting against ships getting passage through to deliver goods and services to whom? Israel. Why? Because of the genocide that Israel was impacting upon Palestine. So America decided that they were going to go over there and they were going to open that strait. Did they open that strait? No, they didn't open that strait. Did you forget about the signal chat fiasco under Keg Breath, who was telling you exactly what time that they were sending our pilots out to strike Houthis who had anti-aircraft missiles and machinery that could have struck down our pilots, and they're talking about this on a unsecure app when they had government applications. Not only was Keg Breath on the call, Susie Wow, your president's chief of staff was on the call. Your vice president was on the call. Tulsi Gabbard was on the call. All of these fools are on an unsecured app, putting the life of one of our American fighters in danger, giving the exact time when they were expected to make a future, not the time that they had already did a strike. No, letting you know what time you're going to be doing a future strike. Y'all don't remember that? See, who do you think that there's another strait, that other strait that even the George H.W. Bush that is bringing 6,000 to 10,000 troops to the region, they wouldn't even use that strait that goes through the Red Sea, because they already know what they got coming in the Red Sea from prior experience in this administration. Let's see what the answer is going to be, though.
Tracking that militarily. About the Houthis being, have the Houthis been an issue in the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandab Strait at the Red Sea? Or are we tracking that militarily?
Appreciate that. On the ceasefire front, you're right. Their command and control capabilities are highly degraded. So their ability to talk, see, sense is at the worst it's ever been. But their motivation to want to stay in the ceasefire is very high because they understand that a violation of that ceasefire means a commencement, once again, of Admiral Cooper's forces.
Once again, if all of their everything that they have is at the lowest rate, how would they even break the ceasefire? You want us to believe that they can't fire on us at all because you guys have beat them up so badly. But however, if they break this ceasefire, it can't be both. It cannot be both. Let's continue.
Which went very poorly for them. So they have a high incentive to maintain that ceasefire, even though they can't talk and organize as well as they'd like to. And as far as the Houthis, thus far, they have stayed out of it, which, of course, we think is a good decision by them. And I think is a reflection of the fact that over a year ago in Operation Rough Rider, we had an ongoing and intense campaign that demonstrated American.
What can you say about Operation Rough Rider or whatever the fuck you want to say? You got rode rough and hung up and put away wet. That's the Rough Rider that happened in Yemen. You got rode hard and put away wet and soapy. Wet and soapy. That's what happened in Operation Rough Rider. Your president came to you when the military fled the Red Sea, and your president said, well, the Houthis said that they had enough, so, we're done. No ceasefire agreement, no anything. Y'all ran out of the Red Sea. And lost y'all didn't even get planes shot down that time. Y'all actually threw planes off the deck of aircraft carriers because you was hauling ass so quickly, making a U-turn so quickly to get the fuck out of the way before you got fucked up over there. That's what happened. That's why you what happened, Pete? Let's hear that again. What happened? What had happened? Your president said that they were done fighting, so we're going to take them at their word. Is that how things end, usually? And now look who's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Houthis back. Gonna kick ass. Now, guess who's back? That's why you don't just tuck tail and run out of situation, because a couple of months down the road you may be in the same situation again. Let's continue. Let's hear him stutter about that question again real quick. I apologize.
A violation of that ceasefire means a commencement, once again, of Admiral Cooper's forces, which went very poorly for them. So they have a high incentive to maintain that ceasefire, even though they can't talk and organize as well as they'd like to. And as far as the Houthis, thus far, they have stayed out of it, which, of course, we think is a good decision by them. And I think is a reflection of the fact that over a year ago in Operation Rough Rider, we had an ongoing and intense campaign that demonstrated American capabilities, which has them hesitating to want to do something on that strait, which I think would be a poor choice. Right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, gentlemen.
Or is it they have not gotten the orders from Iran yet? You decide. You decide. What made sense and what he just said? Absolutely nothing. I think it's good that they have decided to stay out of it. You who brag about taking the life of one of their leaders when they went to their girlfriend's house. We just saw him. He has just entered his girlfriend's house, knowing that you were not striking a military installation. You knew that you were striking a resident that had a civilian in the house. That's who you struck. That's who you struck. You have been committing war crimes since you have been in this fucking position. And that's why we're going to read those six issues that are in the article of impeachment for Kegbreath. And this Yemen stuff is also included in those articles of impeachment, if memory serves me correctly. Let's continue.
David Zier, Real America's Voice. As commercial shipping ramps up, there was 130 ships a day going through that. As that happens, ships have to anchor up, right, and wait to pass through the narrow strait. Is there any progress with an international force to phase out U.S. military-led escorts or other? Is anyone stepping up to do that?
It's a great.
No, Kegbreath, Scott Besson said that the United States is going to make money on this. How else would the United States make money on this if they don't become a permanent fixture in the straits? I'm just very curious. They're expecting to make money on this. So they want you to believe that the Iranians are the pirates when actually the United States has gone into their region and they plan to figure out a way to make money on the ships. We never thought of that. That's a good idea. Let's get that money. If we don't steal the oil, we're gonna charge everybody to come out of the straits in a area that we have nothing to do with.
Question.
Long term.
They should be. There's a lot of talk, and what we've
U.S. military-led escorts or other? Is anyone stepping up to do that?
It's a great question.
Long term.
They should be. There's a lot of talk, and what we've seen in this conflict from allies, and there's a lot of talk, except for the ones that were mentioned by Admiral Cooper in the region who've been phenomenal. Other allies have talked a lot and haven't done anything. And as the president has pointed out, this is a waterway that the American commerce doesn't use all that much. We don't rely on the energy coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, but Asia does, and Europe does, and large parts of the rest of the world do. And so their ability to muster a collective defense or a clearing of the straits would be a wonderful thing. And we hear and see the talk about it. But when shots were fired and those countries were needed the most, they weren't there. They weren't in the strait. They weren't alongside us. Their leaders weren't rallying what they have of their navies. If they decide after CENTCOM does the heavy lifting, which again, they should be able to do. We should live in a world where other countries can defend waterways, not just the United States Navy. Should that conclude, which we believe it will, then we would welcome other countries coming in after the fact. But you can't live in a world in perpetuity, and this is a message to the rest of the world and our allies, where you just rely on America to continually do the heavy lifting. Oh, Iran might get a nuclear bomb. Who's going to do something about it? America. And America only. Other allies need to invest in their capabilities so they can project power and do basic tasks like clearing a strait. So we're not counting on it, but it would be wonderful to see it if it ever materialized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you all for your time. I have a couple questions. I know you said a few weeks ago that Iran's supreme leader was wounded and disfigured. Do you have an update on whether he's even alive at this point? And then another question for you. Iranian embassy accounts are sharing an AI video of Jesus Christ kind of bloodily killing President Donald Trump. Does the Pentagon have a response to this, including the fact that this AI Jesus is casting Trump into hell? And then finally, for Admiral Cooper, could you speak to us about the morale of the American service members that you're seeing in the Middle East? I think Americans are really interested in what their experiences and testimonies are like.
As far as the status of the individual you mentioned, I believe it's the same. Not a lot coming from him right now, understandably so. A lot of fear. Believed to be alive, wounded, and.
So you don't know. I don't know. Very simple. I don't know. Let's go on.
Disfigured status remains the same. As far as a video like that, of course, that's disgusting and detached from reality. Iran says a lot of things.
So Iran's video is disgusting and detached from reality. But Trump video is Trump doing the picture wasn't disgusting. Let's continue. Let's really continue. Him depicting himself as Christ and healing the sick and all of the American flag imagery. The I think that was the uh, Lincoln Memorial behind him, the Statue of Liberty, doves, eagles, praying women, all of that wasn't disgusting. But let's continue.
In the propaganda space based on complete lies, and their actions have been lies. Oh, we don't target, we see missiles going into civilian facilities and hotels in the Gulf states, and they say we only target military targets as you watch drones and missiles go into. So they are going to misrepresent, lie, spin in a multitude of ways, which we are quite used to.
But P. Kegbreath, we have you on this signal chat that you weren't supposed to be on because it's insecure, saying that you struck the girlfriend of someone of a Houthi member. Was that a civilian site, motherfucker? I'm curious. Was that a civilian site that you struck? Also, we have you on tape saying that you were going to investigate the striking of that little girl's school. So let's talk about not having. We have reports of in Iran that the military is striking hospitals. Not only striking hospital, double tapping the hospital, which means they strike the hospital and then when rescuers come up, they strike the rescuers. You want to talk about that, Kegbreath? Because I'm pretty sure you're going to have to talk about it if you do. Well, you can do it the easy way or you can do it the hard way. As your FCC Brendan Chair, Brendan Carr said about these mergers and firing Jimmy Kimmel because you guys think y'all are the mafia regime. Tell me that, Kegbreath. Let's continue.
They need to come to the table and make a deal. And I'll hand it over to Admiral Cooper for this.
Yeah, I would just reiterate my previous comment. Morale is very high. And anyone in the military can take about 2 seconds to figure out what morale looks like by meeting around it with the people. And it is crystal clear. These are motivated young men and women. I had the wonderful privilege of writing a letter early on in the operation to the team forward. And I told them this was going to be a mission of extreme consequence. And serving at a time where you are making a difference, consequential, as the Secretary and the Chairman have described over and over again, is incredibly and deeply meaningful. And I think that's the key part of the drive, as well as being great teammates across the board. It's a privilege to watch.
Jerry.
Before we continue with this, I don't know. I'm just giving you a emergency news update. Kansas City has been hit with a tornado. Many people have been injured. There have been no notifications about the storm that hit Kansas City, Missouri. Or is it Kansas City, Kansas? Let me find out if it's Missouri or Kansas. If you have any loved ones in Kansas City, you may want to check on them. There were no bells or no alarms that went off. That's what happens when you do all of these drastic cut to NOAA and the other weather service system to save money. Little girls drown and tornadoes go off. Let me share this link with you guys so you guys can hear this. We can get back to the lies of this press conference, but I want to definitely share this news with you. I think it is important that you know about it. So I know. We all have to look out for each other because of the pining of this administration to only look after millionaires and billionaires. A lot of regular people are underserved. So if you know anybody in that region, here is the... Oh, that's not... Oh my God, where is it? Oh God. Let me see. I had it right there. I apologize. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, God. Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, God. I can't find it again. Let me stop sharing my page right quick. I apologize. I can't find it. When I find it, I'll bring it back up. Let's go back to where we were. Here we go.
Thank you. Jerry Dunleavy with Just the News. I have a couple of questions. First is some critics of the Trump administration policy, including former NCTC Director Joe Kent, have attempted to claim that the Trump administration's policy of zero enrichment for the Iranians is not actually President Trump's policy, but was foisted upon him by the Israelis. Looking back, doing a bit of a refresher for myself, I saw that zero enrichment was the Trump State Department's policy in the first admin.
As someone who, unlike the individual you referenced, is in the presence of the president nearly every day and has been inside every single key meeting that has happened surrounding the idea of Operation Epic Fury, not a single thing has been foisted upon the president of the United States. President Trump makes his own decisions about the interests of this country and defending our interests, and then working with allies and partners, in this case, Israel, who's got a lot of will and a lot of capabilities, which we're grateful for. Nothing gets foisted on President Trump. So those people who are not in those meetings who like to say things about that are just flat wrong.
One for Admiral Cooper, if that's
Sure.
okay. Thank you, sir, and thank you for being here. So during Operation Epic Fury, 13 U.S. service members have lost their lives. Some of them in an apparent aircraft refueling accident, and some of them from Iranian strikes, including a drone strike. I was wondering if you could share a little bit with us about how those Iranian strikes were able to be successful, and what lessons you've learned, and how you're applying those lessons in the future to make sure that we're able to defend a little bit better against that sort of.
Sure, really broad question. But first, we will always honor the fallen, and the 13 who lost their lives really helped steel the resolve and congeal the motivation of the forces that are perturbed. I met many people who knew the fallen personally. I met many who were reported as wounded and are back. 90% of those who have been wounded have been back to duty. It gives you a sense of purpose and motivation. We have collected dozens, if not hundreds, of lessons learned. And as we sit here right now, the Joint Force across the board is taking them and very tactically applying them right now, right here, right now. If I think about a football analogy, if it's halftime or between the third and fourth quarter, great teams are always adjusting, and we are certainly a great team, and that's what we're doing right now, taking the lessons and applying them in a meaningful way. What those are, I'm not going to talk about.
I'll say they extend also out.
You should have great teams. You're working on $1 trillion budget, and also the president is asking for $500 billion more. It is estimated that we are spending $1.5 to $2 billion now a day over in this farce of a war that we have been thrust into following the marching orders of Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, let's see what's going on that may affect you and how you live your life, though, in America. Let's hear this. Hold on. Let me get the volume. Here we go.
The National Weather Service, because on Monday, Kansas City was hit with 5 tornadoes.
Oh, it was on Monday. I thought it was on today. It's not breaking news, but it's important news about how you live your life and the concern and the money that they say they don't have for you, and how you live your life to protect you as an American citizen. Let's continue.
Only problem, the National Weather Service did not expect any tornadoes, and several people were injured as a result of the tornadic activity. According to NBC News, there are alarm bells right now going off, questions, concerns over the fact that the Trump administration has made significant cuts to staffing at the National Weather Service, cuts to weather balloon launches, and more. And it led, likely, to a situation on Monday where Kansas City was not expected to have tornadoes. There was no forecasting of tornadoes. And then 5 tornadoes hit, leaving several residents injured as a result of it. It could have been a lot worse. But many are saying, well, this could directly be due to the cuts from the National Weather Service, and the real world impacts are already beginning. Spread the word. Subscribe to my Substack, link in bio to support. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
Okay, I'm gonna put this link in the chat. Go over there and check out Aaron Paranis. He does great updates all throughout the day. What's going on in the world and in the news. So here's the link to that post. Now let's get into the Caroline Leavitt interview with line guy Scott Bessent. Shall we? Let's get into that interview. Let's move on. Here, where is Caroline Leavitt? And someone asked about the Lego little shorts that are put together. Someone in the chat asked about this. They have located one of the main people who does the Lego videos, and they interviewed him. I have a portion of that interview. If you guys are interested in seeing that, I can play that for you. Let me get Caroline Leavitt's. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Okay, here we go. Let's play this. A little portion of this. We're just going to skim through this press conference. I think basically we're going to get to the Q&A. That's where all the specific lies are told about the questions asked. Shall we? This will be in my description box under a press conference. All of my links that I share with you, I either drop them in the chat or I drop them in the description box. Let's see what Carolina Leavitt has to say. And Bumbling Bessent. Here we go.
With the American people, with American families, not
It is talking about how successful tax time was and how happy people are at tax time. And this is the most amount of refunds people have ever gotten. But what about the amount of taxes that have been collected? I'm pretty sure this is the year that the least amount of taxes that have been collected because of all the tax cuts on the billionaires. You know, these taxes that we use to finance everything from Medicaid, Medicare, and wars? How much was collected since this tax season was so successful, Scott Bessent, as you are spending 1.5 to 2 billion, not million, dollars a day in this ill-fought war, this illegal war? How much tax dollars have been collected? Have you met records there since the person with the largest net worth is living in the United States, who is worth over $800 and some billion dollars? How much has the United States collected in taxes from this constituent of people who have grown in the billions and billions of dollars? The number of new billionaires that have grown their billions under this administration. How much did we collect? Because we are in a very bad situation in the United States. The United States is indebted to death. And this big bloated bill added $37 billion to an already bloated debt that the America had. Now, this illegal war is going to add how many $billion that your children, your grandchildren, and your grandchildren's are going to have to pay back? So Scott Besson want you to believe that, the most people, a lot of people have received $3,000 and something dollars. This is the most output that we have spent out and given refunds. How much have you taken in? Because it don't matter what you're putting out. It matters how much you're taking in. Because we got a lot of shit to pay for, Scott Besson. Scott Besson is not going to talk about that.
Only to give them more of their money, but to more of your money. And tax season for the American people.
That Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind. So with that, I will turn it over to our great Treasury Secretary.
Wait a minute.
Again, that they are the affordability frauds who believe the government should keep more of the American people's hard-earned money. This president and Republicans in Congress fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind. So with that, I will turn it over.
But you only believe that about rich people. But let's continue. The Epstein class. You only believe that for the Epstein class of people. This lady to her left who was over the small business administration, billionaire. And she's going to come up here and talk about the pennies and that they are giving a small business in a era where small businesses are going under because of this 45-47 economy is failing small businesses and large businesses. Kelly Lefford, I don't know why she is up here, this loser of the congressional Senate race against Raphael Warnock. I don't know why Kelly Lefford, this billionaire, is not somewhere sitting on her ass, but she wants to be a politician. She wants to be counted. Go count your husband's billions and go sit the fuck down somewhere.
Over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and then he will turn it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Caroline. I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the 4 president's signature policies: no tax and tips, no tax and overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and
Now, I know Caroline Levitt talked about all of the deductions that were used. She called it no tax on tip, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. I am glad that Scott Besson decided to not tell the lie that there was no tax on Social Security. He said that the deductions were made for our great seniors. That is the thing that they tell you is no tax on Social Security where there is a tax on it. What they have given is some deductions for seniors who are on Social Security. So the next time you hear no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, know that they don't give a fuck about you. They are just blowing smoke up your ass to take up time so someone cannot ask them a question that is hard. Let's continue.
Deductibility of interest on auto loans, president's signature policies: no tax and tips, no tax and overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that the biggest, one of those that Americans have taken is no tax and overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so, because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, We have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So, with the American people,
the Treasury Department, Scott Besson, who gave the keys to the Treasury Department and all of his working mechanisms and way that they pay people, he is going to teach you about financial literacy. He gave the keys to the Treasury over to the Doge Boys. Now, this is who's going to teach you about financial literacy. So that the Doge boys could go through and collect any information, any payment ways of payment that the Treasury calculates and pays out the trillions of dollars that the Treasury is responsible for. He's going to teach you some, ways to be financially solvent. Why don't he teach the Congress and the president all of these financial tips as this nation is drowning in fucking debt, as this nation pays more in the interest on debt than they are actually paying on the actual debt. But he's going to teach you and your family about how to invest. Well, we know how to invest. Just look at the stock market change 15 minutes before Trump. Keep your eyes on the stock market. And when you started changing and they tell you that the president is going to have a press conference and, that's when you invest. With insider trading like everybody else. Go to these betting sites. Well, they don't call them betting sites. Prediction sites. And keep your eye on a strange influx or a strange buy or sell of something, and see how think about what is this connected to in the United States. What are they telling us? Is this about oil? Is this about food? Is this about tariffs? And bet that's how everybody else is doing it that's making money. They're doing it because 15 minutes before your president make an announcement, they make bets or they buy and stay or trade stocks. Insider trading. What is there else to tell us? Tell us how do we get a heads up on what Trump is about to tweet? That's the way you can help us invest at this point.
With American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Great.
No.
I will drop this link. I don't want to hear her at all.
Help them build it. Made in America is back. And that's why the America worker is winning too. No tax on tips. And
What is the American worker winning? Job losses? Is that what the American worker is winning? They want you to believe that the pay scale of American workers is still growing. Where's the growth in the Americans' pay? There is no growth in Americans' pay. This is a bunch of bullshit.
overtime means that millions of employees are now rewarded, not punished, for working more. And it's already benefited.
That means millions of people are rewarded by working overtime, not punished. Okay. How were they being punished by working overtime? No tax on overtime. Okay.
as you just heard, 31 million taxpayers. In Baltimore, John and Tony Minidakis are proud second-generation owners of Jimmy's Seafood. Now, with no tax on tips and overtime, their 200 employees know that coming into work means going home with more pay. And Wade, a CNC machinist that I met at Lehigh Valley Plastics,
actually, they go home with the same amount of pay in their pockets, but come tax time the next year, like the woman that you guys put in front of us, they go home with the same amount of money in their pockets every day. Every day. Understand that most service workers do not even make a federal minimum wage. They are paid below minimum wage prices because they try to say that, well, you're going to get tips. So that helps. That's why we can underpay you. So are we to believe that all of these people who work at this second generational seafood spot that you want to now talk about the wait staff, we are to believe that they are even making enough money to even have to owe any taxes from their tips? Let's continue. Bait and switch. Bait and switch, anyone? The second generation of owners, now they know their servers can go home with more money in their pockets. But what about them? Let's continue. I said I didn't want to hear this.
in Pennsylvania, said he routinely takes on extra shifts, and now the tax cuts reward his extra effort. And the benefits aren't just for tax season. As you've heard, the Trump accounts are connecting young people from birth to the power of our free enterprise system. With 529 savings accounts and Workforce Pell for trade schools, we're now training the next generation of skilled workers to fill millions of open jobs at small businesses.
Right now, that's what you're doing right now. What you going to be doing in the next budget? You guys have taken away funding for all trade schools in the United States. Is that what so you want to talk about trade schools, really, bitch? Do you really want to talk about trade schools? The thing that you have taken all the money out in the budget, huh? Are we playing? Are we going to be serious? These are the cuts that your president have, and one of the biggest cuts is to trade schools. Yes, it is. Yeah, but she's lying to you.
So in closing, America is open for business again. Yet every Democrat voted no on the very tax relief that is restoring Main Street, that is putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking families. Small businesses are rebounding from years of Biden inflation, decades of unfair trade, and massive regulatory overreach. But thanks to President Trump's tax cuts, they now talk about expansion, hiring plans, and generational opportunity. This is America First in action. Lower taxes, rising wages, and a thriving Main Street. Now millions of Americans are getting their largest tax refund ever, and Main Street is getting historic tax relief to keep the American dream alive. Thank you.
Good. And before we take questions, I want to provide some numbers for you all. So tax day statistics as of April 12th, over 53 million filers, nearly 45% claimed one of President Trump's signature tax cuts. The average tax cut per filer is benefiting from one of President's new tax cuts is over $800. Over 6 million filers have claimed no tax on tips with an average deduction of $7,100. Over 25 million filers have claimed no tax on overtime with an average deduction of $3,100. Over 30 million seniors have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors with an average deduction of $7,500. And over 1 million filers have claimed no tax on car loan interest on American cars for an average deduction of over $1,800. The average refund this filing season is over $3,400. Over 34 million families have claimed Republicans' enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the working families tax cuts. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for millions across America. So as much as people do not like to pay their taxes, and we saw a survey today that 70% of Americans still believe that they are overtaxed, this is a great day for the American people.
Thank you, Scott and Kelly. We'll now open it up to questions. You're welcome to ask me questions or either of the great cabinet officials next to me. And we'll start, as always, with our new media seat. Mr. Posobiec, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Bessent, if I may, there's been this media narrative out there that while we see the data on tax refunds, that
Okay, this is a social media hack who has an agenda.
it's not good enough, that the tax season has been too soft. What is your response to this media narrative regarding the tax refunds?
Look, it's been an incredible tax season. We have done more with less at the IRS, that we have moved over millions of taxpayers to digital tax accounts. And
we have done more with less. We have fired so many IRS agents. We're going to act like these digital accounts. What is it, a digital account when you need to contact a human being at the IRS for a problem? We have transferred so many people over to these digital accounts. And how does that help the American people?
that leaves us able to service more taxpayers in person and on the phone. And as we can see,
so you had to transfer these accounts over to digital services, so you can answer the phone. What sense does that make? What do these digital services do that free up people to answer? This is bullshit. This is a bullshit. You can tell this is dumb shit that he's talking about. To digital services. Services how? Would they give them happy endings? What type of services are these digits doing? Are they playing with the punana with digits, with digital services? What digital services? Are they giving a dirty Sanchez? Are they doing a reach around with the digits? What type of digital services are we speaking of? I'm not clear about these digital services, but hey, I have a certain type of way of thinking. But let's continue.
The economy was very strong. We are seeing growth across the board in all areas, and as Kelly said, small business, Main Street are really the big beneficiaries. And this is what they don't want you to hear, that Wall Street always done great. This administration is focused on parallel prosperity and bringing prosperity back to Main Street. And that starts with people keeping more of their money.
And one for Caroline, as well as the administration in general, if I may. This past Saturday, I published a video of now former Representative Eric Swalwell in bed. The president's heading to Las Vegas. Well, Eric Swalwell was in Las Vegas. In this video, I'm told, according to geotagging, this scandal has erupted now. Accusers coming forward.
Hold on one second. Yes, you're exactly right. Because if I don't disrespect you, you're not going to disrespect me. I don't care how you feel about it. You have plenty of places to go in this YouTube sphere. If I'm not disrespecting you, that's what you're not going to come in my chat and do. And if you have a problem with it, hit the like button on your way out. Capiche? Let's continue.
Others coming forward, as well as questions regarding his extremely close relationship with Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. And I want to know if the administration had any comment on the fact that Senator Gallego seemed to be very vocal about wanting the release of the Epstein files, and yet when questions come to his own involvement with Eric Swalwell, he doesn't seem to want to provide anything.
Yeah, look, I think the accusations and allegations against former Representative Swalwell are despicable and disgusting. I think it's also quite plausible, as you point out, Jack, that there were many other Democrats in this town on Capitol Hill who knew about his perhaps illegal behavior, certainly his disgusting and inappropriate behavior. And why were they silent for so long? I think those are questions that must be raised of these sitting representatives, including Mr. Gallego. And I hope that the journalists in this room will do their jobs, and the journalists on Capitol Hill will do their jobs to ask Democrats in power how they knew about such despicable behavior from one of their elected representatives for so long, but never said or did anything about it. So that's what we hope to see as far as the White House and the president is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, well, what we're waiting to see is the fact that she could fix her mouth to say this with all of those injection needle marks that looks like a dotted line around her lips to make her lips voluminous, like black women. What I find it hard to believe that she actually fixed her lips to say this, as this administration is doing everything to cover up Trump's involvement in the Epstein files, as this administration is doing everything it can to protect Trump's people, as Marjorie Taylor Greene herself said when he begged her to take her name off of the petition to make it a law that they must release the Epstein files. You're gonna hurt a lot of my good friends, himself and a lot of his good friends. But she has the audacity to talk about Democrats not saying anything about something that was not broadly known by the public. Now, Eric Swalwell, he gets what's coming to him. He gets whatever is coming to him. Now, when the Democrats say that, suddenly they don't hear that. They just hear that they hadn't said anything before. Well, maybe they didn't know anything before. Maybe they had not heard these accusations. I know I hadn't. But you want to charge people about something they haven't said about prior to these people losing support by the Democrats who were backing him and supporting him for his governor run. The actual politicians who were backing him, as all of these MAGA politicians continue to support 45-47. But you don't see how stupid you sound. You actually sat up here and said this. Oh, those lips are small. I forgot you're with child. You can't have that botulism poked in your lips. As you sit up here and say this with these paper thin lips that we know you despise. Are you serious? If you don't go sit your ass down somewhere, oh my God.
Peter.
Thank you. I have one for you and then one for Secretary Besson.
Sure.
For you, Caroline, there are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report.
She's seen the report, and she had no curiosity about it. I seen the report. I'm going to ask some questions about it. But you saw the report, and you didn't find it important to ask questions about it until Steve Doocy from Fox News. This is the first time of me personally hearing about that during this, and I did have a little thing that I wanted to share with you guys about that, because I will be honest, I had not heard about any of this.
Peter, I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this.
I'm the press secretary. I didn't speak to anybody, relevant agencies. I was uncurious about this. I don't care about this, Steve. Yeah, I'm going to say it with a smile on my face because you're our North Korea style a news outlet, Fox News, so I would be very pleasant with you.
Government and administration would deem worth looking into, so let me do that for you.
Thank you. And Secretary Besson, it doesn't sound like...
Where are your lips, girl? I know, you just keep parsing them lips. You miss them big juicy lips, huh? Poor baby. Now, what do you have for Scott?
We're going to have $3 a gallon gas.
Speaking of no lips, $3 a gallon gas.
By summertime, which we had initially been told by, we're going to have $3 a gallon gas by summertime, which we had initially been told by the Energy Secretary. He now says that it would be very aggressive if we're going to get to the $3 a gallon gas by the summer. So when are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened. So we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer, we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later. It's Bank Week here in DC, so I've been meeting with a lot of my Middle Eastern counterparts, the finance ministers, and they all stated that once the straits are open, they can start pumping again within 1 week.
So not.
Well, didn't Pete Kirkbreth just tell you guys that he was in control of the United States? We are in control of the straits, that Iran has no control. So is Scott Bessent telling you last night that the oil will start pumping next week? Is that what he's telling us, as he tells us that he doesn't think the oil prices will go down anytime in early summer? Now, Ducey is going to try to corner him. Oh, so you're saying more like Memorial Day or Labor Day? What part of the summer you're talking about? Scott Besson then tells him sometimes in September. I didn't realize that September was even in the summer. I didn't have that understanding of September being part of the summer. But that's what Scott Besson tells him. In effect, all of this is bullshit and all of this is lies. Even if they start pumping back gas, the last oil tanker has come into America this week. And even if they start pumping gas, now understand that your War Department have struck many gas companies, many liquid natural gas facilities, and in turn, Iran has struck many gas facilities and oil refineries in other regions of the Middle East. So they're acting as if these facilities had a golden dome over them, a magical dome. You know, that dome, that the iron dome over them. You know, like Israel said that they had to protect themselves, and now Israel has gotten totally fucked up about all of the missiles and stuff that Iran struck on them. And Iran have been striking our allies in the Middle East, as your government have been carpetbagging Iran, and you have Scott Besson standing up here in front of your face lying and saying, well, they can start pumping gas in a week. Once they get once Iran is no longer controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So we set up a lie, we tell a lie, and we blame it on conditions about what Iran is or is not doing. But as we have another people saying that Iran isn't in control of the straits at all. Propaganda.
Have not been completely reopened. So we will see. And this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened. So we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer, we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later. It's Bank Week here in DC, so I've been meeting with a lot of my Middle Eastern counterparts, the finance ministers, and they all say that once the straits are open, they can start pumping again within 1 week.
So not by summer like Memorial Day, but maybe by Labor Day?
Again, I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th, that we can have $3 gas again. And as I said this morning too, we are going to be watching the gas stations, because they raise prices very quickly when the crude oil prices went up. We hope they'll bring them down just as quickly as crude oil prices have come down, which they've come down substantially just in the past 10 days.
Great. Sure. Thank you so much, Caroline. Can you give us an update on the president's thinking on the next?
Did you hear Besson lie and said that crude oil prices have come down substantially in the last 10 days? Now, we understand very well that that is a lie. There hasn't been 10 days since the fake agreement to sit down for a ceasefire. The ceasefire blew up. The oil prices skyrocketed. Now, what did the 45, 47 say about Iran? It seems like they don't want to make a deal. So why are they over in Iran now trying to restructure these actual talks for a permanent ceasefire? So this is just market manipulation that is going on right here. Oh, there's no way we're gonna make a deal. Well, it seems we're gonna make a deal. It's getting close to the weekend. So he needs to signal to the stock market about what to do for the money. As the money drop, and then as he make an announcement on Sunday evening, Sunday night, early Sunday morning, and then the stock market is going to explode again. It's Monday, 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 lie on stock day, lie on money. This is just bullshit. All of this is just bullshit, in my opinion. But let's continue.
Attorney General, a lot of names have been going around, like Ron DeSantis, Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin. They're being floated.
Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin, Ron DeSantis is being touted as people who are possibly going to take Pam Bimbo's place at the Department of Justice. Let's not forget Jeanine Pirro, who wants to scrub all of the convictions off of the records of the January 6th conspirators. What is it? Sadistic conspiracy that these people have been charged with. And Jeanine Pirro, in her bid to be the new Pam Bimbo, wants to scrub all of this off of the records of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, or these white nationalist groups. Jeanine Pirro. Okay? Let that sink in. Speaking of people who are vying to be over the Department of Justice.
As contenders, what qualities is the president looking for in a new AG?
Steve Martin, the same Steve Martin that could not get confirmed for the seat that they wanted him to get. The Republicans said absolutely not. We are not going to confirm him. Who, even though he couldn't get confirmed, they kept him in the Justice Department under some fake title that they gave him. Why? Because he's a Trump loyalist. And what is it? I think his name is Steve Martin, not Steve Martin. Ed Martin. So Ed Martin continues to keep employment and continue to get your tax dollars in a check from the government for work he does. What work did he do? Ed Martin was the one who I highlighted many times on here, who took his ass to New York City and stood in front of Letitia James' home and was taking pictures of Letitia James' home. And when the question, he said, sometimes you have to be at the site of where it all happens at. What he was doing, he was stalking and trying to intimidate a black professional woman who had successfully done her job. And her job happened to have been to try and convict a 34-time felon who was Donald Trump. And now you had Ed Martin standing outside of her house as they put fake charges on her about some mortgage fraud or something that was thrown out of court. But understand that Ed Martin took his ass to New York City to stand in front of her apartment and take photo ops and talking about he had to be at the place where the crimes had happened. And he wanted to open up all of her books and look through all of her book at the Southern District of New York. That's who Ed Martin is. If you don't know who Ed Martin is. Now, these are the people who these people have been tossed around as being over the DOJ. Is America great again yet? I'm just asking.
And will there be accountability Can you give us an update on the president's thinking on the next attorney general? A lot of names have been going around, like Ron DeSantis, Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin. They're being floated as contenders. What qualities is the president looking for in a new AG? And will there be accountability for what many have described as weaponization within Biden's office when he was the president?
Sure. Well, certainly ensuring that there's accountability for the weaponization of justice that took place under the Biden administration is a top priority for this.
As your interim DOJ Attorney General, Todd Blanche, a former defense attorney to Donald Trump, who was his attorney when he lost those 34 felony counts to Letitia James, is the interim chair of the Department of Justice, who said that it is his duty to do whatever the presidents want. So we're talking about weaponization of the DOJ when we saw all of the bullshit that Pam Bondi did to keep the Epstein files hidden, and Todd Blanche acknowledging that there are 3 million more Epstein files, but he will not release them. Because it is his job to do what the president wants. But you asking her about weaponization of the Justice Department, exactly why? As if you don't know that this Justice Department has been weaponized under 45, 47. Who is this asking this foolish question is what I want to know. Let me continue.
President, with respect to names that are floated, there are always names floated in the press. Sometimes I have a chuckle when I read some of the reports about certain people floated for certain jobs. As far as the president is concerned right now, Todd Blanche remains the acting attorney general. The president feels he's doing a good job, and that's where it remains right now. I don't have any personnel updates for you today. Annie.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you and also for the Treasury Secretary. First of all, there was an interview that Dr. Mehmet Oz did recently where he described the president's views on his own diet. He said that he argued that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. And if you pour it onto the grass, the grass is killed and it therefore must kill cancer cells. I'm wondering if you can, was this sort of an accurate description of how the president's used?
Oh, that's funny. He must believe that as he stripped all of the money from cancer research, cancer treatments, and you find that's funny. As he has stripped money from child cancer research and treatment. I wonder if he told Get Around Betty, who got time to get around and tell her sad story about her husband having cancer, as she trolloped all over the United States doing rigged up photo shoots that these Republican elected official have her broke ass going around talking about she make $22,000 a year, yet I thought she was taking care of her sick husband. How you taking care of your sick husband when you are doing stunts and shit for the president of the United States, acting as if your hillbilly Arkansas living ass is delivering him DoorDash? Who taking care of your husband that you want us to have our strings all pulled behind your husband? But what I really want to know is when she told the president that she was delivering all his favorites. Well, it is reported that Diet Coke is one of his favorite. Did he at least have the decency to tell her, "Oh no, that's okay. Go ahead and take it home and pour it over your husband to help with his cancer"? Child, that's what he should have poured it over that bitch. Let me.
Look, as we all know in this room, I think you know the president has a very good sense of humor. It's one of his most underreported characteristics, I would say. I have heard him tell this joke before. I think the Wall Street Journal should get a better sense of humor.
And then another one for you.
Everything's about a sense of humor. J.D. Vance said when he depicted himself as Jesus, he was just being funny. Now, everybody knows that the president has a great sense of humor. Everybody, and then at the same time, she contradicts herself as it's not put out enough how great of a sense of humor he has. Well, if it's not put out enough, but everybody knows it, it cannot be both. It's bullshit. It's lies. These are the beliefs of this demented mind. These are the thoughts and actual beliefs of this person. And then, when it comes out, president, he was just making a joke about being Jesus. And the president said, no, yes, I put it out. I thought it was me being a Red Cross worker. So it can't be both. It can't be both. This is a lying, sick ass administration. Oh my God. These people are sick.
Has the president filed his taxes, and is he going to release them publicly?
It's actually a very good question. I have not inquired with the president directly about his own taxes, but I'm happy to do so, and we'll get you an answer on that.
Secretary Benson,
I have filed my taxes.
The president has publicly said that you are the reason that he has not fired Chairman.
I'm sure you have, Scott Besson. You a billionaire. You ain't got shit to pay. You probably got a motherfucking refund. Ain't nobody surprised that a billionaire filed his taxes. And when they get the biggest tax break out of everybody in the whole fucking United States. Is it supposed to be a big thing that you filed your taxes after you bitch and complain that you had to contribute to the system that you take advantage of? As you try to tell the American people that, most people saved $1,000 this year. $1,000. A billionaire talking about you getting $1,000 is something that you should be jumping up and screaming about, and that you have hit the jackpot. Because you are allegedly have saved $1,000 as gas prices has tripled. They no, none of that. It don't compute. None of this compute. As you got a bitch sitting up there talking about the no tax on tips saved her so much money, and she drives fucking DoorDash for a living, and gas has tripled. And you got her up here talking about how much money she saved while ignoring that she has to fill that car up with gas that is triple the price. This bitch says she make $11,000 a year, and DoorDash $11,000 is the as much as she make. The tips at DoorDash is as much as she make for DoorDash. So she said she makes $11,000 in tips. And if that is as much as she make at DoorDash, that means DoorDash pays her $11,000. What are we rejoicing over? What exactly are we rejoicing over? That she doesn't have to pay taxes on $11,000, but she does have to pay these high-ass gas prices to drive around to deliver meals, and she is only making $11,000 to do that, and she finds it necessary for her to have to do that because she allegedly had a husband who she was paying for cancer treatments for, because she is not receiving enough health care in the richest country in the world, that she had to go through all of her savings, and now she has to work for DoorDash and pay triple the price of oil per gallon because your president decided to go on a fucking excursion, as he said. Now, what the fuck are we rejoicing? What the fuck are we rejoicing? That this is how the United States people are destined to live. As Scott Besson, I paid my taxes. I'm a billionaire, bitch. I don't pay taxes.
Jay Powell. Will you make that case again to him, as he's recently said that he still wants to fire the chairman?
Look, I am confident that the process that we have laid out in terms of Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed chair, he's going to have the hearing on the 21st of this month. He's a great candidate. We know that the Republicans on the Senate Banking Committee are aligned in that, and I am very optimistic that Kevin Warsh will be the chair of the Fed on time, and that will be a moot question.
Stephen, go ahead.
Secretary Bessent, you mentioned that the no tax on overtime is the biggest one that people are claiming. I think you said 25 million people. Have you seen evidence that more companies are offering overtime, or that people are working more overtime and increasing their productivity? And the second question, The health insurance industry is advertising heavily in DC, describing themselves as the good guys in the whole healthcare system. President Trump has threatened to haul in their executives and force them to lower prices. Can you provide any update on the administration's efforts there?
Okay, so I'll take the second one last because
Yeah, answer the first one. So many people are taking advantage of the no tax on overtime. As AI is taking all the jobs, as more companies are laying off more people, as more companies are making schedules to make sure that they schedule you right under 40 hours a week. Therefore, you cannot be considered to be a overtime employee where you will get benefits and overtime in the first place. Let's see what Scott has to say about this. Are more people actually getting this overtime that you speak of? Because we are realistic about the economy. It's not like all of these jobs out here, hey, overtime for you. You get overtime. You get overtime. You get overtime. Are we going to play make-believe Scott Besson about how many people are benefiting for this no overtime as America has bled jobs under this administration? What you got to say about that, Scott?
that's not my area. I don't wear a lot of hats here, but I am sure that the president makes his views known with corporate executives, and if that is true, then they will be hauled before him, and with overtime as.
If that's true, they will be hauled before him. He's talking about executives. He said private business executive will be hauled before the president. Where they do that at? Where do they do that at? They are okay with telling you that your president will haul private company, the CEOs and owners of private company before him, if they say something that he doesn't like. Where do they do that at? Where do they haul private business owners in front of the president of the state? South Korea, Russia, any oligarch state? And they don't understand what they are projecting, because they like the uneducated voter. They like the stupid voters. They like the voters that continue to vote against their own interests. And they know that you are too stupid to hear what he just said right here about, Lord have mercy, about private companies.
Kelly and I go out and talk to employers and workers around the country. They all want more overtime. And there was this narrative that I think over 2 million illegal aliens have either voluntarily deported or been deported, and that there would be a worker shortage. Well, what better way to fill that gap than with overtime for hardworking Americans and for them to keep more of it?
Yeah, I'll just.
Okay, so we got the answer. The illegals, they have freed up so many jobs, but we're not going to hire Americans to take those jobs. We're going to pretend like, what better chance than to give overtime? Isn't that penalizing the owner instead of hiring a new person to take the jobs where you more than likely were underpaying a undocumented immigrant? Wouldn't it make sense to hire an American as opposed to paying time and a half to have someone who's already working? So Scott Besson, who is over your Treasury Department, said, what better chance is there to get overtime than to fill all of the millions of dollars that have been lost through the immigration crackdown than to fill their jobs with overtime? He's a dumb motherfucker. We've been to jobs all across the country, and what's better time to fill jobs with overtime? Don't fill the position at straight pay. Paid time and a half. I declare, I'm a billionaire. I tell you. Oh, I forgot. Are we gonna forget? That's probably why Scott Besson reportedly decided to open his own hedge fund, a private equity company, and quickly lost up to 90% of the money that he was in charge of. And your president decided to put him over the Treasury Department. Let's tell the whole story. Let's make it all make sense. Now, does it make sense to you? It should. Let's continue. These are old stories that I gave. These are old stories. Look, when who is that guy who they love to talk about on the Democrat side? Who is the big donor on the Democrat side? I'm having a blank. My dog is doing something. I'm having what is his name? Oh God. They always want to act like he's financing everything from the No Kings rallies to everything. Soros, George Soros. Look up Scott Bessent. Did you know that Scott Bessent worked for George Soros? Did you know Scott Bessent learned everything he knew about investment by working with George Soros? Did you know that Scott Bessent decided that he was going to open up his own company after working for George Soros, and he was left to his own devices? And see what happened to Scott Bessent and his business after leaving George Soros. Let's continue.
Add that a great example are the factories that we see coming back thanks to 100% made in America expensing. Coosa Steel is a great example in Rome, Georgia, where the owner was down to running one shift, 1 day a week. He's up to 2 or 3 shifts, 5 or 6 days a week. So thanks to reindustrializing this nation through our small manufacturing base, which most manufacturers in America meet the small business definition, 98% of them, we're seeing more shifts taking place, more opportunities for overtime, and then more willingness of workers to take on overtime shifts, because in the past they were penalized by the tax system for taking on overtime.
So you mean to tell me that people weren't taking overtime because, no, I don't want this overtime. I gotta pay too much taxes on this overtime. Oh, you want to work overtime today? No. You gonna fuck me up. I don't need no more money in my pocket. It's gonna fuck me up with my taxes. Who you ever heard say that? Who have you ever heard say that? Who wanted to make more money? Have you ever heard anybody who wanted to make more money, needed to make more money, say that? No, I'd rather be broke and then pay that extra taxes. Those taxes are going to have me upside down. Have you ever heard anyone say this shit that this woman who is married to a billionaire just told you? See, these people believe this bullshit. And they believe that it is easy to get you to believe it because they are used to talking to the uneducated voter. The motherfucker who wants to talk about black people and brown people are the reason they are in a certain condition because they don't get off of their ad and put the meth pipe down and find a job or get educated. Those people who want to be victims to everybody else but their own behavior. Those people. And you are who they're talking to. That bitch ain't talking to me with that dumb shit. She is not talking to me with the dumb shit she just said. Let's continue.
Elizabeth, go ahead. Thank you. This is for Administrator Loeffler. You talked about how the One Big Beautiful Bill benefits small businesses. With small business optimism falling in March, is the administration planning on providing any additional tax relief or other resources to small businesses that have been affected by high fuel prices during their Iran operation?
Yeah, so one data point does not a trend make, and the long-term trend under President Trump has been for small business optimism to be above its 52-year average. Under Joe Biden, small business optimism fell below that average for 34 consecutive months because small business was being crushed by regulation, massive red tape, the threat of high taxes, and all the burdens of the Green New Deal. So right now, small businesses are really in growth mode. They're planning to hire, and the optimism is very strong. If you see in the NAM survey, National Association of Manufacturers came out, their optimism is up 5 points. So I think this is temporary, and we'll get back on trend.
What's the status of extending the Iran ceasefire, Caroline?
Yes, so I saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks. You heard from the vice president directly and the president this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The president mentioned that in his interview yesterday. And it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the president's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side. And so we are continuing to see how these conversations go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. Will.
Thank you, Caroline. How much room do you see?
I can't go. I apologize. I can't take too much more of this. This link is in my description box under a press conference. Go over there and avail yourself to this. We'll try a little bit more. I don't. Let me see. But they're asking him.
One of the what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds, or do a deeper dive, much bomb of the state.
Answer that question.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after.
He's lying. They just lift sanctions for Iranian to sell oil, and you cannot sanction the way they were making their payments. That they were making their payments through the Brits in Chinese yuan or cryptocurrency. So this is bullshit what you're saying right now. But let's continue.
After the accounts of the IRGC, one of the what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds, or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking system.
So you mean Qatar will hold Donald Trump's ill-gotten gains from the oil sales of Venezuela, but Qatar will not hold the funds that Iran sold of their own oil? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. So who's the good guy in this situation? At least the money that they are trying to bank is their own money. Not money from stolen oil like Trump has sitting in a bank that only he can access sitting in Qatar. Let's continue.
So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is.
Oh, so you're going to freeze the funds of independent people, individuals, not the nation's funds. You are planning to freeze the funds of individuals. Okay, Scott, I understand what you're saying now. Oh, okay. Is that legal? I don't believe that should be legal. It don't even sound legal. Let's continue.
We have told countries that if you.
Now, if you don't understand why the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa got together and created the BRICS, this is the reason why the BRICS were created. Because at any time with having their money in the World Bank in the United States of America, they can decide to pull a lever for whatever reason and freeze your money. What do the individuals that were struck, the individuals that are in government, that you decided to strike in an illegal war, and they decided to fight back. But when you're losing, you decide that you're gonna tie up all of their finances. They didn't strike America. You struck them. And you all want to project that you're winning, and the only solution that you can do is to freeze the individual accounts of people who are in government. And who thinks you're winning when you do that? That is why there's so many nations who have joined with the BRICS, because they trade in their own money. You may want to go back and try to find videos where I've talked about the BRICS. You may want to go find information about the BRICS that other people are talking about. Because this United States is just hurting ourselves. No one is going to want to do business with the United States at the risk of something, a disagreement or some type of conflict, and the United States is freezing your money and acting as if there is nothing wrong with this. This is why this is why the United States is failing. This is why the United States dollar is failing. It's because we have idiots like this sitting up here unashamed to say the dumbest shit in the world as they confiscate and steal money. But they don't have nothing to say. They have nothing to say about compensation of stealing lives. They have nothing to say about the lives that they've stolen at all. They can't even come out and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. We did strike that school, but it was a mistake." They don't say nothing about the lives they steal. These people are disgusting. Oh my God.
Are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure. And the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Is this an example of expanding the war economically as opposed to militarily? Is this another phase?
Exactly.
Secretary, what was the coordination? Any updates on the insurance program, the U.S. reinsurance program for ships and tankers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz? Any update on that, sir?
Well, it's now up to $40 billion. It's run through the DFC, and we are waiting for the ships to be able to get some semblance of normality, and then they can come to the DFC and our private sector partners and request the insurance.
What do you tell private shipping companies out there right now nervous about this whole thing, saying, wondering if they should even get near the strait?
What's that?
What do you tell to encourage shipping companies to do business through the strait?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see when they are permanently open, because this is a mechanism. When we declare that it is safe, they also have to have insurance. Lloyd's of London had skyrocketing insurance during the time. The rates are still very high. So we want to provide, the US government will make a profit on this, but we want to provide a more normalized level and an economically sound basis for ships to move in and out of the Gulf as they did before the start of the conflict.
Thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. So I want to cover two topics, if I could, the tax day, but also the confirmation. So the confirmation hearing is set for next week for Kevin Warsh, but Senator Tom Tillis is still a no, and he's holding firm on that. How are you going to win over Senator Tillis to get this confirmation out of committee?
Look, I'm sure Senator Tillis wants to do the best thing for the Federal Reserve, for the American people. He has publicly said that
Tillis, for once, is right. I think it's more than just Tillis, because Tillis is the head of the conference. He said that there will be no person that will pass and be confirmed who is an election denier. That's what they're talking about. Tom Tillis said no election denier will be confirmed as the new Fed chair. Period. Full stop. That's what they're talking about right here.
Kevin Warsh.
But Senator Tom Tillis is still a no, and he's holding firm on that. How are you going to win over Senator Tillis to get this confirmation out of committee?
Well, I'm sure Senator Tillis wants to do the best thing for the Federal Reserve, for the American people. He has publicly said that Kevin Warsh is a great candidate for the chair. So let's get to the hearings and see where we are then.
I want to ask you about tax day, if I could. So the tax gains that you've talked about through the One Big Beautiful Bill, is that going to offset the consternation from Americans, for lack of a better term, over the $4 gallon of gas?
Well, again, as I said.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Brian, you know what is so funny to me? It is so funny to me that you think that somebody has you change in this room. If I hear something I don't want to see, I don't want to listen to, I leave. I don't have to call anyone ignorant who doesn't have the same agreement with me. I know I'm educated, so I don't have any excuse to go where I don't want to be. Bye. Hit the like button on your way out, Brian. No one's holding you here. You didn't know that? Oh, you must be a Trump voter, ignorant. You must be one of those uneducated voter that Trumps love, who vote against your own interests. Let's continue.
No one's ever objected to more money in their pocket. So the Americans have more money. They can decide how they want to spend it. And I did want to come back to the overtime question, because I was up in Westchester County last Friday, and I met with several of the first responders and police unions. And those, whether it's our great policemen, our firemen, our ambulance drivers, they all now want more overtime. And how
they all want more overtime. I talked to the firefighters, I talked to all the first responders, and they all want overtime. As we don't believe that firefighters, police officers, and people who work on ambulance, they are struggling for overtime. Cops are struggling for overtime. Firefighters are struggling for overtime. First responders who all the time has to be there. They struggling for overtime. Scott Besson, if you don't go sit your silly ass down somewhere, I spoke with them. They're all. You spoke with the common man. These are probably the only job descriptions that blue collar job descriptions that he can point out to let you feel that he has spoken with the common man that is making over $120,000 a year. In some instances, these police officers, these firefighters, probably make more than that. Unfortunately, due to the contracting out of these paramedic jobs, some of them are barely getting by. Some of them make low wages. Some of them in bigger cities do not. But Scott Besson wants you to know that he's spoken to the common man. See, these people make way more money in their regular salaries than the person who is hammering for overtime, Scott Besson. But you don't know these job descriptions to call out, do you? You silly fool. But you're over our economy. You're over our treasury.
Great it is to have them to be able to be engaged and keep more of their money.
Secretary, thank you, for both of you, perhaps, are President Trump's threats of a 50% tariff against China still on the table now, or is the letter exchange that you talked about now taking that off?
Well, as you know, the president spoke about the letter with respect to he and the correspondence between he and President Xi. President Xi assured the president that they are not supplying Iran with weapons throughout this conflict. And that assurance was made to the president. It's obviously something the administration keeps close tabs on with respect to tariff. You have any update on that, Mr. Secretary?
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran is used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you that 2 Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks, but we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
And are you
Nick, go ahead.
You don't have to prove it. The Iranian already told you that if you are going through the Straits, we're gonna these Straits of Hormuz, we are going to charge you a fine, and you need to pay this in Chinese yuan. So what is the problem? What is the question? So you're going to put section? We already told China if these banks, we're going to put secondary sanctions on these banks. So World War III, we have a bunch of fools running our administration, a bunch of arrogant idiots running our administration. Every time he comes up there, well, I told you. You sound stupid, Scott Besson. You are a bumbling idiot, Scott Besson.
Just to follow
Thank you, Caroline. Go ahead, Nick.
Just a quick follow-up. So my question, sure, are you considering any more?
You're going to put secondary sanctions on China to get us fucked up in the game behind another nation selling their oil, the oil that you took the sanctions off to allow them to sell. And now you want to put sanctions on the people who purchase the oil and may have a bank account for them to put their money in, so it won't be sanctions again by the United States once they get their payment. But you're going to go to the country that they do business with in the BRICS. You're going to go to their trading partner and try to sanction their trading partners because of where they bought their oil from, because of where they decide. Now, what if China was to go over there to Qatar and start sanctioning their banks? What if China goes over there to Qatar and sanction their bank because they used to buy oil from Venezuela, and now Trump has gone in and has stopped them from getting oil from Venezuela? What if that happened and they start, if they can prove that there's any money that is sitting in the bank from oil sales from Venezuela, they're going to sanction those banks. What would Trump do then? See, because for every action there is a reaction. While y'all sitting up, while you billionaires are sitting up like the whole world don't know, you guys have money stashed over here, over there, everywhere, hiding money. What if people start putting sanctions on y'all? The fuck out of here.
Sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to give more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th. Right. So all that has been used.
Thank you.
Nick, go ahead.
The Treasury Secretary, as you both noted, 53 million Americans have used one of these new taxes.
That was oil already on the ocean. That was so you're gonna put the sanctions back on Iran and Russia again? Okay, that was okay. Because that was different oil that we took the sanctions off of. That was oil. It was out there ready to go, and it's no reason for them to continue to pump oil because they're not going to be able to sell it. Is that what Scott's telling you? Yeah, that's what Scott's telling you. Do you believe it? You should.
Exemptions the president enacted. Can you speak to not only the relief that's bringing specifically working class Americans like waiters, bartenders, overtime workers, but also the impact this is going to have on the economy?
Well, a couple of things there is I can tell you, I think Kelly very popular, but I think with service workers, I may be the most popular cabinet secretary in DC, because when I show up, a doorman, the not so much bartenders, but waiters, waitresses, they all say, thank you for no tax and tips. Again, I was in a diner up in Westchester County, and this is a.
Why would they thank you? Why would they thank Scott Besson? Did Scott Besson had a vote in Congress or the Senate to pass the bill? No, but they thank him. But it's all about Scott. Let's continue.
Home run, in terms of what's happening with these folks, and what we can't tell you yet, and we will be able to provide data at a later date. That 52 million is how many have used at least one of those. So we expect that there are probably multiple filers who have used at least more than one of those 4 signature things. And look, again, this is.
So that would cut down on the effectiveness of you saying 52 million. So if you say 4 people have used, if you say 3 people have used 3 of those, and I am one of 3 people, and I have used all 3 of those. Well, then that the effectiveness of saying 3 people have used 3 of those is a non-fact. Because if I have used more than one, and if I, 1 or 3 people have used, am the only one who have used all 3 of those. Well, not 3 people have used 3 of those. Only 1 person have used those. So let's be real clear on the word salad, the misrepresentation of how many people who are even bothering to use these things. And let's understand that the no tax on tips only goes up to $25,000. If you earn more than $25,000 in tips, you will have to start paying taxes on anything above $25,000 in tips. And let's also understand that all of these no tax that they're up here promoting and prompting, these are temporary holes on not paying taxes. These are only in effect for 2 years. Unlike the billionaire taxes, these are permanent taxes for the billionaires. But they trying to act like they are doing the most. They are acting like they are stunting. I'm done with this. I have had my fill with this. I hope you guys have as well. We're going to move on. The link is in my description box because I just can't. I just can't. I apologize. I just can't. There are some more things that I definitely want to talk to you about. Let's get into the other things that I want to share with you. How about that? Because I can't take too much more of that BS. Okay, I want to talk to you about. Shall we talk about the DOJ seeks to throw out the convictions against the Oath Keepers? Let's talk about that right now. If you are unaware of that, Janine Piero, she is the one who is vying for Pam Bimbo's old job. So she thought that this would be a foothold into getting that position. So let me share this link with you right now. If you are unaware about that, let's get up on the actual news. This link will be in my description box under DOJ. Let me share this story with you right quick. Here we go. When did this come out? This came out yesterday. DOJ seeks to throw out convictions against Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. I believe the Proud Boys was on that list that Pam Bimbo threw out about the white supremacists being the biggest threat to the United States. So there's that as well. Here we go. Let's see this video. They were showing a little bit of their actions that they did on January 6th to refresh you. I can't skip the ad. Let me see if I can skip the ad. These are some of the people in question. This one from the Oath Keepers has lost his eye already. I think he had an accident and pop out his own eye. Just in my opinion, deplorable group of people. The Justice Department asked a federal appeals court on April 14th to throw out a seditious conspiracy conviction, giving leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for their involvement in the Capitol riot on January 6, 2021. Although President 4547 already commuted the prison sentences of some of the leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers back in January 2025, the new filing would go a step further. Prosecutors, in a filing signed by U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, asked the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit to vacate the convictions to allow the government to permanently dismiss the indictments against the leaders. Understand that some of these people have been convicted of more crimes. The most recent person has been convicted of actually soliciting intimate relationships with a person under the age of 12. These are the type of people. Many of them have gone back to jail. One person was unalived by cops after a high-speed chase, and they were found things that he was not supposed to have in his car. These are the people who they are trying to vacate the convictions. These are the same people who had pending convictions at the time that they were arrested for the things that they were doing on January 6th. And when they got their pardons, they said, doesn't it include my SA charges? They tried to get all charges. Doesn't this include my drug charge? They tried to get all of the crimes that they had committed pardon under this pardon by 4547. These people who have these type of records. But black people are your problem. But there is no white on white crime. We always want to talk about black on black crime. Which one of y'all who want to talk about black on black crime is talking about this? Which one of you who are always so astute in black on black issues, but you're not astute on this? Oh, maybe it's your culture. Maybe you can't be astute on it because it's your culture. Let's continue. Okay. The government motion to vacate in the case is consistent with its practice of moving the Supreme Court to vacate convictions in cases where the government has decided is prosecutorial. I can't say I can't read. I just have a hard time saying that word. Discretion that dismissal of the criminal cases in the interest of justice. Motions that the Supreme Court routinely grants. Prosecutors said that in court records obtained by the USA Today. According to the filings, prosecutors asked to erase the convictions of Oath Keeper member Stephen Rose, Kelly Meggs, Keith Harrelson, and Jessica Watkins, as well as the Proud Boys member Ethan Nordadan, Joseph Briggs, Zachary Ryle, and Dominic Pizzola. No Enrique Torre. They didn't try to erase the conviction of the Mexican Proud Boy who is a white nationalist. When trying to fit in, just don't pay. They didn't add Enrique Torrio or whatever his name to the Proud Boys who are getting exonerated. After all of the shit that he did, after all of the shit that he has been doing after he was pardoned, his sentence was communed, not pardoned. Okay. In a statement to the Associated Press, Northern attorney Nicholas Smith praised the move from the Justice Department. We don't want a precedent that says that any physical confrontation between protesters and law enforcement means a crime akin to treason, such as seditious conspiracy, Smith said. Smith did not immediately respond to USA Today request for comment. Okay, I'm gonna put this link in the description box. It's under DOJ. This is what your Department of Justice have time to do. If you are unaware, make yourself further aware. You can follow other outlets that may have more information. I just wanted to give you a brief synopsis. I just wanted to give you a brief story on this. Let me print that. Okay. Let me show you what else I wanted to talk to you guys about. It would be let's talk about why I have a live golf and a bomb throwing up on my page. Shall we talk about live golf? And they are already getting backlash because they are cutting off live golf. They are concerned about, well, what about the employees? We have over 400 employees or something. So people are trying to say, oh, no. They'll be back. They're not totally cutting off live voice. Okay. Live golf. Let me share this with you as well. Now, there are reports that Saudi Arabia is not pleased with the attacks that had happened on their soil. They had expected what was told to them, that their country would be protected by these grifters that came in and took billions of dollars and basically sold them useless weapons. I'm paraphrasing. These are some of the complaints that have been out here about why the Saudis said, you know what, we're not putting no more money in this bullshit. We done. We're not putting, get it how you live, Saudi told them. They live by grifting off of people like you, Saudi Arabia. I don't know why you didn't know. They get it by setting up these golf tournaments to only be played at 45, 47's golf clubs. Live Golf in may be imminent after reports signals Saudi Arabia is preparing to cut off funding. This will be in my description box under Live Golf, LIV, Live Golf. So let's see what they're saying about this in this report, shall we? If you are unaware, the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, PIF, the sole funding source of the breakaway golf circuit, announced a new 5-year investment strategy Wednesday with a focus on prioritizing spending, and spending hundreds of millions more dollars on live golf doesn't seem to be a part of the plan. The Financial Times has reported that the PIF is on the verge of cutting its support for live golf. An announcement regarding Saudi involvement or lack thereof with live could come as soon as Thursday, according to the report. That would be today. Okay. Author and longtime golf reporter Alan Shipnuck also relayed a message on X from a player's agent that Mohammed bin Salman, the ruler of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, could look to use the ongoing war in Iran as a force majeure to cut off Liv's funding. Liv Golf's immediate future would be up in the air if the Saudi PIF were to cut off funding, how or if the league would continue to operate, and in what capacity is the great unknown, as is the future of its many players may look like. The potentially sport shifting news comes after many months of speculation that operationally both the front facing and behind the scene things have reached a tipping point in terms of spending. Big name players leaving the circuit and overall interest in live golf hitting a standstill. So nobody's interested. Uh, in late February, it was reported that Live Golf's net spending per month averaged 100 million in 2024 and 2025. For the 2026 season, Liv's fifth Saudi PIF Governor Yasef Al Rahman reportedly approved a fresh 266.6 million capital injection into the circuit, bringing the Saudi's PIF a cumulative investment into Live Golf to 5.3 billion since 2021. You understand that they have only been a actual thing since 2021. This is that was the beginning of Live Golf. Okay, the Saudi PIF reportedly injected north of $1 billion into Live Golf in 2021, 22, 24, and 25. The 266 million injection to begin in 2026, an increase in prize funds for the season, and the net spend of $100 million per month. The Saudi PRF cumulative investment was to blow past $6 billion by the end of 2026. While minor details compared to the billions in spending, Liv shifted it from the original tournament format of playing 54 holes events to 72 holes events beginning in 2026, resulting in the leagues being recognized by the official World Golf Ranking OWRG system for the first time since its inception. Player receiving OWRG points made their path into golf majors championships more accessible, which means that they can play on different tours. They had to leave the PGA, many of the golfers, to play on with Live, and they were not able to join in any other different tournaments that the PGA had. So therefore, with them changing it to 72 hole events, they have been able to make their way, if they get enough points, to play in some more tournaments. So that was the reason why some people left the PGA, and that is the reason why Liv offered them more money to come and play with them, because they were at a disadvantage of being able to play in more tournaments throughout the year if they were not a Liv sponsored event. So I'm going to put this link in my description box, and if you didn't know that, now you know. Now, where did you get that it's report about the war? I think I got it from, I think I know exactly where I got it from. This is under Live Golf. Now, I had to look up the story because obviously I'm not a big sports fan. So then I did my due diligence, and I tried to see if it was in fact shutting down, and it does look like Live Golf is shutting down. So let me find where I initially heard the story. And I think I know who the culprit is. Now, what are they saying? 1 hour ago, Live Golf scandal. I don't remember the scandal. No scandal. Let me see. Let me find what I'm looking for. I ain't gonna listen to the new shit. Excuse me. Let's let's get into this. Let's get into this. Okay, here we go. Excuse me one moment. Did y'all hear about RFK Jr. saying that he pulled over to on the side of the road and cut the most intimate objects off of a raccoon? And this would be the opportune time where I wish a raccoon would have effed somebody up. Why what is wrong with your Department of Health Secretary? That he is that should really get him arrested. Why would somebody do that to an animal? Oh, speaking of animals, I was outside last night. The it was a nice breeze outside, and I'm sitting on the little patio, and I'm just relaxing, having me a Coca-Cola, just enjoying the evening. And my dog, one of my dogs, she's sitting at my feet, and she's just relaxing. The breeze is blowing through her hair. It is feeling good. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm really thankful that I didn't have my phone, that I was not being attentive, because I caught something. My eye caught her sit up and turn around, and then I just turned my head to see what she was looking at, and about us, I'd say between 5 and 8 feet away from us was a big ass coyote. And I at first I thought it was a German Shepherd at first, and then I was like, oh no, that's a coyote, because the coat was all you know how cats spray their hair out. His coat was all sprayed out, and I grew up in southern most of my life in Southern California, in the foothills of the Mount Wilson. So I know coyotes because you see coyotes day and night. Those coyotes didn't play. They were always around during the day on the lawn. I know what a coyote is. I know how to see a coyote walk and their feet flap back and forwards like a little doggy door or something. Okay. Long story short, the coyote had his head down. He had his mouth open, and I hopped up. And the thing that I was afraid about is that my little dog, she weighs 11 pounds, and she believes that she can fight the world. And she usually takes off and tries to, be territorial. And then I was like, Saucy, come. And she took off, but she didn't take off towards him. She took off towards the driveway. Excuse me. Hold on. She took off towards the driveway, and she ran about 3 or 4 steps, and then she made a U-turn in the yard to come back up to the patio to go in the house. And I was so glad that she didn't make a U-turn and turn around to come back in the direction of the coyote. No, she went the other way, opposite of where the coyote was. And then I looked back over, and the coyote was gone. I had a incident where a coyote was trying to sneak up on one of my dogs. He was crawling. He wasn't crawling. He was hunched down real low, and he was actually moving toward my dog. And I looked over and I saw it, and I said, "Hey!" And then he just disappeared. So what I do know from my past experience with coyotes, they disappear real quick. But the thing that I found peculiar about this, I had no idea that coyote had snuck up on us that closely. I also had no idea that the coyotes would be that bold to try to sneak up. I mean, that sucker was huge. It wasn't like the coyotes I'm accustomed to seeing with little hair. That coyote had a lot of hair, and it looked really, really huge. So there's that. Let me share. I was so petrified last night. Y'all don't care nothing about my coyote story. Y'all don't care nothing about my little dog. Look at y'all. Y'all not even paying my coyote story about my little dog any attention. I don't blame you. Let me get back to that was my news. Yes, that was my news. Uh, Look, yeah, the coyote almost got my little dog, the little white dog here. And y'all don't even care. Y'all not giving me any condolences. Y'all don't care. Y'all not saying anything. Okay, it is what it is. They almost got your dog. The little white dog almost got my dog. Didn't almost get Rascal, because Rascal said, I'm staying inside. I don't want to go outside. So Rascal was safe. It didn't almost get this dog. This is Rascal. Rascal like shit. It's too dangerous out there. Y'all go on out there if you want to. I'm not going. So Rascal was safe. And Rascal right here is safe. But Saucy. Saucy is the one who was almost a coyote meat. So let's go on with our story about LIV Golf. Okay. Whoops. Let me add Kyle to the stage. Okay, here we go. Let's hear the story about LIV Golf. The other side that is being reported. Saudi Arabia says, fuck you. To Trump and shuts down LIV Golf League. This is where I first heard the story.
A massive fuck you to Donald Trump on behalf is because this is is going under. Now that's the Saudi League, and the reason.
Okay, hold on.
What's up, guys? Got some big breaking news that I wanted to share with you real quick. So apparently, LIV Golf is going under. Now that's the Saudi League, and the reason why this is a huge deal is because this is a massive fuck you to Donald Trump on behalf of the Saudis. And they are pissed off. And the reason they're pissed off is because of the war. I know there's been some reporting that, no, indeed, they want the war and they've lobbied behind the scenes to continue the war. I had a hunch that that might be bullshit. And this now tells me, without any doubt whatsoever, it's bullshit. The Saudis are absolutely furious over this war against Iran, because if you think about it, it's absolutely destroyed their economy. Like every single Gulf Arab state, their economies are now cooked. Because think about it, what were they known for? Well, of course, they're known for their oil, right? Well, the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, so they're screwed on that front. Their biggest industry, screwed overnight, right? But then you also have, there were like a 1% getaway, like a luxury Epstein class getaway. Well, guess what? Now, no Western rich people want to go there anymore because there's a massive fucking war going on, and they know that at any moment shit can be bombed. It is no longer viewed as a stable place. So, given that scenario, basically what Saudi Arabia is doing here is they're trying to send a message to Trump that we will fucking decouple with the West. We will decouple with you, and we will personally hurt your bottom line. Because let's remember, a lot of these LIV Golf events, they happened at Trump courses. And so to say we're wrapping this thing up is directly affecting his bottom line. It's the Saudis who gave Jared Kushner $2 billion for his financial firm, right? Like, they're in deep. Qatar is in deep. Saudi Arabia is in deep. Donald Trump has probably made tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars from the LIV Golf League. They poached a lot of the...
And let's not forget, up until recently, maybe even right now, Jared Kushner was trying to get $5 billion more dollars out of places in the Middle East. And if I'm not corrected, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not corrected, if I am corrected, then I'll be corrected. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that Saudi Arabia was somehow signaling that they would give him $2.5 billion more dollars, and Qatar was signaling that they would give him right under $1 billion. But it has been reported that all of those plans are over. Let's continue.
Great players from the PGA Tour and paid them a shitload of money. The league didn't start that long ago, and they were like, oh, we're committed to this thing for the long haul. Well, now all of those players are fucked. They're determining whether or not to stop after the tournament this week, which is in Mexico City, or go to the end of the year and then stop. But a lot of those players are now fucked because it's not guaranteed that they're going to be able to get back to the PGA Tour. They'd have to pay a big fine. There'd be a whole process. But this, make no mistake about it, this is directly because...
Well, now it's clear. They said that the tour in Mexico on Tuesday, yesterday, would most likely be the final tour on yesterday, the day before yesterday, and that Thursday, this may be the day that they close down. So go over there over and watch a secular talk with Kyle Kalinske because he does great reporting. Let me show you this story. This is a redo of a story that I have already done about the Jared Kushner, and we're going to get into a little a double dipping type of news as well. Let me share with you this thing that he was talking about, Jared Kushner. Shall we? Okay. Let me share this with you. $2 billion to work in an industry that he never worked in. The PIF didn't want it, but the Crown Prince said, oh no, we're going to overrule you. And this is what they got for their money. Jared Kushner reportedly seeks $5 billion from Middle East governments for his firm while serving as envoy. Isn't that conflict of interest? This is March 16th, 2026. I've reported this to you. If you don't remember, if you weren't here, here we go. Jared Kushner's husband to Ivanka Trump is allegedly soliciting $5 billion in funding for his private equity firm that he has already gotten $2 billion from the Saudi Arabia. Okay. While serving as a diplomatic advisor for his father-in-law, President Donald Trump, Kushner has been participating in alleged peace negotiations worldwide with absolutely no experience. Now, I'm going to show you a video where somebody asked him, what expertise do you have in brokering peace? And Jared Kushner says, well, I look at it as, something like business. But we do know that Jared Kushner wasn't really too good in business. We know that Jared Kushner had to be saved by Qatar for that big 666 building real estate venture that they had in New York City that was about to go into foreclosure had not the Saudis came in and purchased that building from him. We know that there are reports all over how Jared Kushner and all of these apartment buildings and complexes and things that the Kushner real estate company are names of that we know that many of them the Kushners have a small percentage in, and they are basically using the Kushner names the same way as some type of sponsorship deal that where they will put their name out front. This is what Kushner is doing, and many of those buildings, they're all over the place, like in Houston, all in different states. Now, many of these buildings that have the Kushner logo, or they can find connection to the Kushner real estate thing, have rats, roaches, all types of problems in these buildings that are not being addressed. Just a slumlord, basically. So let's continue. Kushner has been participating in peace negotiations worldwide, with Trump appointing Kushner to the unofficial position of the administration's special peace envoy on February of 2026 because he had to be placed in that position because he cannot pass a security background check. Okay. Uh, so they didn't try to give him a real position. Now, under his last administration, they asked about how is it that that Saudi Arabia is giving Kushner $2 billion, and it's not a conflict of interest. And you were told by your a now president that it's not a conflict of interest because Kushner is not in the White House, and if he gets back and decides to run again for the presidency, he would not use Kushner as part of his administration. So I guess if you anoint someone as special envoy, and they don't have to go through any type of what is it? Any type of certification, or not certification, any type of congressional hearings, and be voted in by Congress, you can work in the administration and say you're not working in the administration. So there is that. The outlet reportedly confirmation hearings. The outlet reportedly spoke to 5 people with knowledge of the business proceedings, all of whom confirmed that Kushner has been actively meeting with investors in his quest to raise at least $5 billion for his firm, not million, billion. Kushner and his team have reportedly entered into conversations with Saudi Arabia's Public Interest Fund for first look rights. I think that's supposed to be WR rights Axios, and said after confirming that the New York Times reports led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the PIF is the country's primary wealth fund, funded in large part by the country's oil revenues. Trump administration has developed close ties with bin Salman, and the president coming to the Crown Prince's defense in November of 2025 when asked by ABC News about the Washington Post columnist who was murdered inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in 2018. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial, Trump said. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman. Speaking of the reporter Khashoggi that you're talking about, whether you like him or not, whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he, meaning bin Salman, knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guests by asking questions like that. This is what your president said as he was asked a question about Khashoggi's death. You don't have to embarrass our guests by asking questions like that. He knew nothing about it. As the crown prince just sat there and looked at him just like, oh, you stupid. You're really stupid. Saudi Arabia's PIF already invested $2 billion into Kushner's firm shortly after the first Trump administration. At the time, rumors swirled that the PIF investment staff advised against the transaction, but bin Salman overruled their concern. I've given you this story before. I am going to put this under the LIV Golf description in my description box. This also will be under LIV Golf because, I think it is all goes together. Now let's get into what these Trump boys have been up into. Y'all want to go with me? Let's go. Let's see what Beavis and Butthead, what type of trouble have they been getting into? They've been getting into quite a bit of trouble. Let me share my screen with you. Hold on one second. It's been reported recently that Social Security will go bankrupt and insolvent by 2030. That's in GM 4 years. All of the money that we put in to it for retirement is gone. What is GM 4 years? That's in GM 4 years. Now the war has started with Congress. It's a two-party coup designed to rob us blind. The tiny hats on both sides, not just the orange turd. They all are have every administration has. I concur. I concur. You are telling no lies right there. Let's keep it a buck. I always said that Trump is lining his pockets with money from the military. That's the only way that he can line his pockets, and everything's been about the military, imagination, and immigration. Immigration and immigration. Let me see what else you're talking about. Mark, no one's forcing you to be here. Free yourself. Free your mind and your body follows. Leave this chat. I don't care if you go. Free your mind. Okay, he's a nepotism baby who never worked a damn day in his life. They all are. Okay, let's get into. Let's get into. I did the live golf. I didn't do. Let's take another break. I didn't do this story though. Because we're done with keg breath and this military update. But I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. Now, I am going to. What am I gonna put this under? Let's share this. If you are not familiar with this, let's familiarize ourselves with this. That is not the link I want. I apologize. 1 second. Let me go straight to it right here. So, here we go. Let's get into this story, shall we? Pentagon approaches automaker manufacturers to boost weapons production, the Wall Street Journal reports. If you are unaware of this story, we are in such a bind with loss of our ability to be able to fight this war, as your as the Department of Defense Secretary sits up there and tells you how bad Iran has it, while ignoring how bad America has it as far as what we need to fight this war. Pentagon approaches automakers, manufacturers to boost weapons production, Wall Street Journal reports. Let me get into that. Did you know that? Yes, this is what's going on. April 15th, Rutgers. Senior U.S. defense officials have held talks about producing weapons and other military supplies with top executives of companies including General Motors and Ford. The Wall Street Journal reported on Wednesday, citing people familiar with the discussions. The preliminary and wide-ranging talks, which started before the war in Iran, came as the Trump administration wants automakers and other American manufacturers to play a larger role in weapons production, the journal said. Stay up to... that was an ad. A defense official told the newspaper that American manufacturers might be needed to backstop traditional defense contractors and asked whether the companies could rapidly shift to defense work. GE Aerospace and vehicle machinery maker Oshkosh. It's not that I know they don't mean Oshkosh by gosh, not Oshkosh. Oshkosh by gosh. Are you telling me that they're going to be using baby overalls manufacturers to? I'm just kidding. And Oshkosh were among the companies involved in the talks with defense officials, the journal added. Rutgers could not immediately verify the reports. General Motors and Ford, GE, and Aerospace Oshkosh did not immediately respond to Rutgers' request for comment outside of regular business hours. So there's that. Let me see. Pentagon official told Reuters in a statement the Defense Department is committed to rapidly expanding the defense industrial base by leveraging all available commercial solutions and technologies to ensure our warfighters maintain the decisive advantage. Trump met executives from 7 defense contractors in March as the Pentagon works to replenish supplies used in U.S. strikes on Iran and other recent military operations. Maybe y'all should have saved some of those missiles and all of that shit that you were shooting those little fishing boats that you claimed were narco terrorists. Now you see how y'all out here are just wasting munitions, and y'all so dumb and didn't realize you're gonna need them pretty quickly. Now here's a story. Let me see. Why don't I hate the IRS enough? There's a story by Ken Klippenstein. Here we go. We were talking about, Scott Besson was talking about what a great tax year it was. Let me share this with you about what is the newest thing that they're trying at the IRS. Ken Klippenstein, if you're not familiar with him, you might want to go over to his Substack because his stories are things that you do not see a lot of in the media. And the thing about him is he always comes with receipts. You do not hate the IRS enough. Now, the Internal Revenue Service, everyone's favorite tax collector, is facing deep budget cuts. But don't get too excited. The agency has a bold plan to audit more of the little people while hiring as few of them as possible. The agency plans to replace its nearly 30,000 employees it lost to the Trump administration cuts with a new army of auditors, one that doesn't sleep. I'm talking about AI, of course, which the IRS has identified as a top priority in its new budget request. Documents I obtained show that the IRS already has a powerful set of tools to force compliance, from undercover agents to wiretaps and other forms of electronic surveillance that the collaborators, they collaborate with ICE to monitor the travel of American citizens through. That don't make sense. They collaborate with ICE to monitor the travel of American citizens. But now, thanks to AI, the IRS unlimited goal is for minimal human contact, as one document put it. The centerpiece of the Palantir software that allows IRS investigators and auditors to conduct near real-time data analysis through a custom tool called a selection and analytic platform, or SNAP. A selection and analytic platform. Remember, the CEO of Palantir said that they may hurt a lot of people. They have no problem hurting people. So with this minimal human contact, let's see how this is going to work out for you regular people. We know that the billionaires are protected by the government. So let's get into this. What it means in practice is that millions of middle-income Americans who once fell below the threshold of what scarce human auditors could manage, or how with or are now within. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay. What it means is, in practice, it is that millions of middle income Americans who once fell below the threshold of what scarce American human auditors could manage are now within the reach. The little guy, it just became a lot easier to monitor at scale. The big guy, not so much. The budget cuts gutting the IRS human workforce were largely engineered by Elon Musk, of course, and in his Doge crusade, those beneficiaries are oblivious to the billionaires who use entirely legal means, offshore trusts, shell companies to pay little or nothing in taxes. These structures are largely impervious to the IRS tools, AI or otherwise. Your cash tips and side hustles are not. They can find you getting tips by cash, and your side hustle. Say if you make something and sell it out at your home, they can find that, but they can't find where billionaires are storing money offshore and all that. It seems like the billionaires' money would be easier to find. But why? Happy Tax Day. But why would they do that? Why these billionaires are the one who made up of this scheme, by Todd. Let me drop. What was the first one? What was I talking about the last time? Let me drop these links in the chat. You can peruse them. Go over to Ken Klippenstein. He does great work. The first article, this article is going to be under IRS. Okay, so prevail yourself to that information. I'm pretty sure you may or may not be hearing more about it because they don't care what happens to the middleman. They don't want to tell you that AI is trying to scrape every penny under your nail and make sure you pay taxes on it. So there's that. And while they ignore billionaires hiding money, okay. And it's a Palantir, a Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, who is the front man for JD Vance, who you have to thank for this. Now, I didn't even know that this story was up. He put that story up on yesterday. That wasn't even the story I was looking for that Ken Klippenstein did. He does so many great stories. I just really wanted to share a different story. Let's get into the story that I did want to share with you. Pre-teen terrorists, the FBI's new target. If you didn't know the FBI were targeting preteens, well, you should have known that. You really should have known that because Janine Pirro, the same Janine Pirro who is coming out and trying to erase any appearance of the arrest of the Oath Keeper and the Proud Boys. That same woman who wants to totally expunge any evidence of them being arrested about that January 6th stuff. The same Janine Pirro who came into Washington D.C. and within her first week of getting the position she holds, she said that she wanted to try 14-year-olds as adults in Chocolate City. For some reason, she decided that it would be a good idea to try them as adults. But look at what she has chosen to do to the adults who are, trying to subvert our election process. So if you're not aware about this, let's get into this. Preteen terrorist, FBI's new target. I wanted to share that with you from Ken Klippenstein. Go over there and make sure. They're trying to make everyone uh, trying to find reasons how they can put every American, even your preteen, in the category of being a terrorist or a domestic terrorist. You need to really scrub through some of these articles with receipts that Ken Klippenstein has in here. So I wanted to share this with you because I have gone through how they want to make you as an adult domestic terrorist, even these pre-crimes, even trying to say you are a criminal when you haven't committed a crime by calling it a pre-crime. Let's be real clear. Hold on. Okay, so the FBI has designated a online group, many of its members adolescents or children younger than 13, as an extremist threat. A call 764, the FBI has labeled the group nihilistic violent extremists, a new classification for domestic terrorists created by the Bureau last year, as I first reported. Publicly, the FBI cast these investigations as a crusade to protect children from predatory adults. What they rarely mention is that many of the suspects are children themselves. To obscure this ugly reality, law enforcement portrays itself as a mercilessly focus on social media and gaming platforms, one that just so happens to be popular among children, like Roblox. The focus on child gamers is so great that law enforcement are privately employing Gen Z slang like clout chasing and aura farming in its intelligence reporting. See below, intelligence bulletin. See, here's the receipt. Here is some of the things that they are trying to keep you into the know what terminology to use. Here's the receipts. Here you go. I'm going to put the link to this in my description box. Because minor identities are not disclosed in court records, we have no idea of how many children the FBI is investigating. The Bureau has not responded to my request for comment at the time. One rare acknowledgement of the presence of children in these group camps came from the FBI's Boston field office, which in February issued a statement referring to 764's juvenile predators. Another FBI public service announcement described a similar group, the COM members, which as between and which members. Wait a minute. The COM members as between 11 and 25 years old. Public service announcement. The COM theft, extortion, violence are rising a threat to youth online. So there's that. The Department of swatting and hoax bomb threats to facilitate other illicit criminal activities is underlying the theme across subgroups with the COM. Members of the COM will engage in swatting when the conducting cryptocurrency theft to distract from the ongoing crime. Of note, swatting is the most visible violation that occurs within the COM and often acts as the entry point into a larger COM ecosystem. This is juvenile ecosystem. While subgroups of the COM have different recruitment tactics, in general, they target young and impressionable individuals using minor-friendly applications such as social media platforms or gaming sites and indoctrinate them into their ideology. Members of the COM typically range between 11 and 25 year old. So, 11-year-old is indoctrinating somebody into making them believe something. How about kids are not doing what kids do, and they're talking and they're slang, and kids that are followers will try to take on the mannerisms, the viewpoints of some kid that they think is cool, and they are, because they are a natural follower, or say if kids have something in common and they find out, oh, you like that, I like that too. Are we saying that these kids are being indoctrinated into something? This is what your government has time for. Okay. Young people are often recruited on gaming sites and social media platforms based on shared interests or thought or other members of the con. Based on what? Shared interest, or through other members on the con. Now, let's wonder why they are not more concentrated on the abuses of children by adults on these sites. Because there was recently a story that came out about many stories that have come out about Roblox, about one guy trying to essay two sisters. So maybe instead of trying to figure out how children are being indoctrinated by other children because they play on Roblox, maybe you want to concentrate on the adults that are on Roblox. The COM, short for the community, is an umbrella term for the decentralized online networks of 764, known for coordinating harassment, extortion, and coercion of minors into producing violent or actual explicit content. Sick stuff, obviously, but with much of it carried out by minors themselves, some originally victimized by the group before joining them. Is this really a terrorism? No, it's not terrorism. It is not terrorism. It is sick. It is sad, but it is not terrorism. It is the shit. Are your kids sitting up in front of these computers? These are the only friends they know or see. It's not terrorism. It's what the world has turned into today. But it's not terrorism. The coercion for minors into producing violent or sexual explicit content. When we talk about everything that goes viral, it usually has some type of violent or sexual content. And so we want to call children terrorists when they emulate what is so praised in our community, the behaviors that go viral, that becomes popular in our community because of this. The depravity of what goes viral in most of these spaces. But now the children are terrorists because they're emulating what they have seen I think of how many times you've laughed in front of your child about something that has gone viral, that has been inappropriate or, embarrassing. So there's that. So therefore, they figured out a way, based on those reasons, to determine your child to be a fucking terrorist. The Bureau defines nihilistic violent extremists, NVEs, as those impaired by the hatred of society at large and a desire to bring about its collapse by showing indiscriminate chaos, destruction, and social instability. This represents a departure from not just the past FBI counterterrorist categories, but from the dictionary, which defines terrorism as politically motivated and nihilistic, are as not believing in anything, politics or otherwise. So how can they name this the nihilistic violent extremists? See, your government is just all over the place. Your government is all over the place, trying to create these vague terms to put people in categories. Why are all these vague terms used to put people in categories? Because they're going to need a place to put you in. But why is our government still building these concentration camps when we worried about concentration camps in other places, but everybody is ignoring all of these facilities that they are constantly still private prisons, these places that the Department of Homeland Security is over and building. They're not building them for the immigrants. They said the immigrant problem is over. So why are they still building them? Because one day, some way, there is going to be something that you want to protest. Be sure of that. Now, let me move on to the Trump story. This link, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. You can be able to further read that. Let me drop this here. Let me see. You're still talking about this Social Security. I don't blame you. So if you were supposed to retire after 2030 on that money, that's supposed to be there from the system you've been playing into. Good luck. It's gone. They robbed all of the taxpayers' coffers blind, and yet they still find billions of dollars a day to spend on war. I concur with you at 100%. This sounds like some fake ass news. Okay, believe it if you want to. This would be the same person who reported on the NSPM-7. That may sound like some fake news to you. I don't care what it sounds like to you. I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you choose. Do with it as you choose. As much of what he has reported has come to fruition. I don't care what it sounds like to you. You won't be able to say that you didn't know, because once you have been informed, you cannot go back into saying, I didn't know. See, I don't know means absolutely nothing when you are at a point where knowing is everything. So do with the information as you choose. Okay, let me get back into the depravity of the Trump family, the accusations that are going on there about them being so greedy. Let's get into this report, shall we? Yes, we shall. Here we go. Oh, that's one of them. I didn't want that one. Let me find the second one on the actual. This is on the family, how they are profiting off of crypto. I want to find the one specifically about the brothers. Let me find that real quick. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Let me share my screen with you now. I finally got it. We're going to go back to this judiciary one after that. I want to share this with you first. Let's get into it. Okay. one of the most prominent investors in the Trump family's crypto company, is now criticizing it. This was 2 days ago. If you are unaware, Jason Wong, I believe is his name. We will get that. Jason's son. Y'all remember Jason's son. Jason's son, among the largest investors in the Trump family's primary crypto company, claims that the company is misleading investors. It's the most prominent instance yet of crypto insider aligned with President Donald Trump calling out his family's crypto dealings, which Democrats have said benefit from the president's authority. Sunday on X, Son, a billionaire who is among the most recognizable figures in the crypto industry, accused the Trump Group, World Liberty Financial, of setting up a system that grants. Excuse me. Hold on. I gotta drink something. Sunday on X, a billionaire who is among the most recognizable figures in the crypto industry, accused the Trump Group, World Liberty Financial, of setting up a system that grants companies officials unilateral power over the users' accounts. Now, who wants to be into something financially that allows the people over it to have unilateral power over a user's account? That includes the ability to freeze them. Now, let's say for instance, I'm over your account, and I am the proprietor. I am the business owner, and I decide that you have $7 million in your account. So let me take out 6 million of those $7 million, and then let me freeze your account. I'm gonna freeze your account until I can repay you, and I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of bullshit reasons why your account is frozen. But actually, I'm waiting on some money to come in over here, and when I get that money over here, we're gonna resolve the reason why I frozen your account. How would you like to deal in business with somebody like that when you were the first person to invest in their business and you have invested the most money in that business? So this is what is allegedly going on here. Okay, Son alleges that his account had been subjected to a freeze since September and that he has not been able to sell his holdings. According to analysts by the analysis by the blockchain training group Bubble Math, the value of the holding Sun has alleged been unable to move has declined by more than 80 billion. So since he has been unable to move this crypto, it has declined in value. He has lost $80 million dollars in the value of something that he was unable to use, move, or anything. So this has cost him $80 million to about 43 million. Oh, it was valued at $80 million. Now it's only valued at 43 million. I apologize for that. Sun said that he spent at least 75 million on World Liberty tokens at one point, becoming its largest investor. I have always been an ardent supporter of President Trump and his crypto-friendly policy. I guess you were, because you were able to get from under investigation under his crypto-friendly policy, Sun wrote. However, he said that this is the opposite of decentralization. This is a trapdoor marketed as an open door. I denounce the ongoing token scandals by the bad actors at World Liberty Finance. Okay, World Liberty responded by accusing Son on social media of engaging in misconduct himself. So, if somebody accuse you of misconduct, are you going to deny the misconduct, or are you going to say, "Oh well, you committed misconduct yourself"? So, this is what I'm getting from this answer. World Liberty responded by accusing Son on social media of engaging in misconduct himself that warranted the freeze and the seeming to threaten a lawsuit. It was your fault, and I'm going to sue you. Now you brought it out in public. Now I'm going to sue you. Remember what we said about those slap cases that Donald Trump's always putting on people? They have a term for that. A slap lawsuit. Michael Wolff is suing Melania Trump for that just right now. The slap lawsuit is if you don't take back what you said and apologize, I am going to sue you for some huge amount of money. And usually people don't want to fight with the people who put these lawsuits out, who have a lot of money to possibly tie up your life and make you go broke trying to defend these cases. So most people usually settle. Michael Wolff is got a letter from Melania Trump saying that she's going to sue him for either $1 to $10 billion. When you get into the billions, it really doesn't matter. $1 to $2 billion to $10 billion is the suit that came out on Michael Wolff, and he said, "Go ahead and do it." And then in the meantime, he sued her on top of it. Now she wants out. Now she's crying uncle. But shit about to come out about her that's going on with this Epstein stuff. So I digress. The Securities and Exchange Commission charged Son in 2023 with fraud over crypto trades and illicit promotion. Now, understand that the Biden administration, I do believe he was scheduled actually for trial. The Biden and DOJ caught that. In March, the case was dismissed after he agreed to pay a $10 million fine. A $10 million fine to whom and for what? The case was dismissed in this March. No, I think it was last March. I think the case was dismissed last March. We have the contracts. We have the evidence. We have the truth. World Liberty wrote on X, "See you in court, pal." A representative for World Liberty referred NBC News to the comments on its X account. They had no further comment other than what they wrote on X. You know, everything is bound by your tweets and things on social media. Nobody needs to do anything but be attuned to your social media. It is your responsibility to stay tuned to my social media for all of my breaking announcements. That's what they said. A representative for World Liberty referred NBC News to the X account. World Liberty, which was co-founded by Trump, three sons, lists Trump as a co-founder. Emiratis was launched in 2024 in the heat of Trump's third presidential campaign. Trump was removed from any official position at World Liberty upon taking office. The White House, so you don't think he making no money? Okay, believe that. The White House has said that he is not involved in managing his family's crypto holdings. Of course he's not. He wouldn't know how. He's just getting the money. He don't know about no goddamn crypto. He's just getting the money. We can get rich from that. Yeah, sign me up. Yeah, go sign me up. I don't blame him. A World Liberty promised to become a world leader in the crypto and decentralized financial space, and Eric Trump remains a prominent figure in the crypto world. This summer, he will be the keynote speaker at the Bitcoin 2026 conference. Dozens of crypto platforms have launched in recent years, all touting their own token, each of which is governed by the company's own rules. Many offer certain assurances and securities on how the company's money will be handled. Some have risen in value, but broadly, the values of most tokens have declined along with broader crypto market. The value of the World Liberty's primary token, known as the WLF, has lost 74% of its value since August, and as of Monday, it was trading at around 8 cents. However, its stablecoin USD1 ranks among the 10 most heavily used stablecoins, which are crypto tokens designed to be traded at par with the US dollar. The World Liberty stablecoins have enjoyed prominence thanks to the prominent partnerships and their availability on a large exchange such as Binance and Kraken. Some comments come amid a broader investor concern about World Liberty's finance. In February, blockchain data first reported by CoinDesk show World Liberty borrowed $75 million from another crypto group, Dolomite, and used 5% of the entire supply of World Liberty finance as collateral. That prompted fears on social media about whether World Liberty can make good on its loan, and World Liberty's value continues to decline. World Liberty said Thursday on X that it's nowhere near liquidation, adding it would simply supply more collateral if the price declined any further. It said Friday that it had already repaid $25 million. Representative for the Sun and Dolomite did not respond to requests for comment. Austin Campbell, a crypto consultant and instructor at New York University, said concerns about the loan agreement appear justified. Now, are we going to act like this is what Donald Trump used to do with real estate? Inflate the value of one place to get a loan on another place, and then deflate the value of the same place to get a better insurance rate. Are we going to pretend like this shit don't run in the family? Okay, let's continue. If you took this contract and translated it into traditional markets, you would have some problems, he said. A representative for the SEC did not respond to a request for comment. Last year, House Democrats devoted an entire week to calling out the Trump family's crypto activities, accusing Trump of profiting off of the presidency, while White House denied any wrongdoing. World Liberty governing document said a Trump family-owned company has the right to 75% of revenues from token sales after operating expenses are deducted. Damn. On his 2025 financial disclosure form, Trump listed more than $57 million in income from World Liberty. A representative for the Trump organization did not respond to a request for comment. The White House has previously issued blanket denials of any conflicts of interest. If you made $57 million income in 1 year from World Liberty Finance, that's a lot of motherfucking money. Shortly before his inauguration in January 2025, Trump used a separate corporate entity to launch another crypto token known as a Trump, like World Liberty Finance. Value of the Trump also plummeted, and today it trades at around $2.81, compared with as much as $45 around the time it launched. A coin Melania launched around the same time has taken similar trajectory. She has denied a direct involvement in managing the coin. I'm pretty sure she. Who expected her to? This article was originally published on at NBCnews.com. So if you guys were not aware of that, it seems like there could be a lawsuit surrounding the Trump brothers freezing accounts. Now, what he can do to get the account unfrozen, I don't know. But I just wanted to give you the information. It will be in my description box. This article will be under crypto. How about that? Um, Here we go. Yes, it's under crypto. Now I have done so much more, but I have a couple of more things that I'm going to share with you, and then we're going to get out of here and get ready for Friday. My geez, this has been a long, long day. Let's see what the judiciary has found about the Trump family and their crypto ventures, shall we? Since we're here, since I pulled it up, since I researched it, I may as well share it with you so you can understand why they're getting AI to audit the everyday man and try to shake the crumbs from under their fingernails and try to see if they can come up with $1 worth that you didn't file on your taxes. House Committee on the Judiciary, Democrats ranking member Jamie Raskin. A new report exposes the Trump family multi-billion-dollar crypto empire fueled by self-dealing and corrupt foreign interests. Explosive report details how the Trump is exploiting the presidency to enrich himself and his family while dismantling anti-corruption safeguards and pardoning corporate cronies. Washington, D.C., November 25th, 2025. Representative Jamie Raskin, ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, released a new staff report revealing how President Trump and his family has transformed the presidency into a personal money-making operation, adding billions of dollars to his net worth through cryptocurrency schemes entangled with foreign governments, corporate allies, and criminal actors. Donald Trump has turned the Oval Office into the world's most corrupt crypto startup operation, minting a staggering personal fortune for himself, his family, in less than a year. Meantime, Trump has pardoned criminals who commit fraud through crypto and dismantling the regulations that protect legitimate American investors. We don't know where all the money is coming from yet, but the Americans have never seen corruption on this scale take place inside the White House. The reporter shows how Trump's so-called pro-crypto agenda is just one more Trump family self-enrichment plan built on a pay-to-play deals and corrupt foreign interests seeking secret channels of access and influence. The ranking member, Raskin, Congress must expose this dangerous grift and defend the rule of law against the profiteers and criminals who would destroy it. The report. The Trump crypto and a new age of corruption documents how president has used his office to enrich himself and his family with crypto holdings worth as much as $11.6 billion in income, or more than $800 million from the sales of crypto assets in the first half of 2025 alone, while dismantling federal oversight and safeguards that once protected Americans from fraud, scams, and financial exploitation. Foreign actors and corporate interests have been buying access and favors from the president and his administration by funneling money into the Trump family's cryptocurrency ventures and making large political motivated donations. In return, these financial backers have received swift returns, regulatory rollbacks, policy giveaways, and the quiet termination of federal investigation into major players in the crypto industry. We just saw one in Jason Sun. The report presents extensive evidence of presidential self-dealing and foreign influence and obstruction of justice, revealing how the Trump administration crypto policies were designed to advance Trump and his family's personal financial interests at the expense of the law, ethics, and national security. Key findings include President Trump and his family have earned hundreds of millions of dollars and added billions to their net worth through a network of cryptocurrency ventures launched during and after the 2024 campaign, including World Liberty Financial and the Trump meme coin. The Trump family of crypto ventures have attracted substantial investments from foreign nationalists and state-linked entities seeking to curry favor with the administration, raising severe constitutional, ethnical, and national security concerns. These people don't care about ethics. The Trump administration has had interviewed the Trump administration has intervened to halt or terminate the federal investigations and enforcement actions involving multiple cryptocurrency funds that have donated to the president or invested in his companies, including Coinbase, Gemini, Robinhood, Ripple, Crypto.com, Uniswap, Yuga Labs, and Kraken. Trump has issued pardons and rolled back sanctions for known bad actors that have provided financial support for his ventures. If you didn't know that, you know this now. They have stopped or terminated federal investigations and enforcement actions involving multiple cryptocurrency firms. This is just. The administration has systematically dismantled anti-corruption and financial integrity safeguards, including dissolving the Department of Justice National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. Well, how are you going to be doing so much with Chris? With that you are going to be doing so much with cryptocurrency, and then at the same time, your DOJ dismantled the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and repealing investor protection rules adopted during the Biden administration, moves that have directly advanced the president's personal financial interests. So if it don't if it does not impact me for the good, I'm going to get rid of these protections. Okay. President Trump and his family keep lining their pockets while he and his allies in Congress close down the federal government, refusing to extend tax credits to make health care affordable for American families, putting the continued food benefit for women and children in doubt, and placing active duty military personnel in danger of missing their next paycheck. The committee report wants Trump's ability to accumulate billions of dollars through his family's cryptocurrency venture in less than a year exposes severe weaknesses in the nation's campaign finance, collection of conflict of interest, and anti-bribery laws. And underscores the urgent need for congressional reforms to restore accountability and integrity to the presidency. That ain't even the report. So you can click there to read the report. I guess that is the preamble to the report. So I am going to drop this in my description box. This is also under the title crypto, so you will be able to find it easily. And just click on the link, and you'll be able to check it out. Okay, one last thing. Now, after all of that, you would think that would be it, but no, that's not it. Trump Jr. Let's see what Trump Jr. is also up to. Let me put this here, And let's check what else Donald Trump Jr. Uh, is up to. Shall we? Him, Donald Trump Jr. Let's see what else he is up to. That you may not know. That I find crazy. Let's see Donald Trump Jr., who already has a contract, who is already a defense contractor. It seems like he's looking for another defense contract. So let me explain to you what defense contract Donald Trump Jr. is looking for now. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
Secure massive military contracts to train America's military service members. I'm serious. Many lawmakers are calling this another grift by the Trump family. This new reporting from Bloomberg highlights how the Trump family is investing in companies to get government contracts. In this case, a mixed martial arts company to train U.S. service members. And it's not just to military service members, it's also to police officers, federal officers throughout the government. Now, it's unclear whether or not they'll be successful in the government contracting process, but this mixed martial arts company was invested in by Donald Trump Jr. There is a push to make it happen. We'll see if it happens. As always, spread the word. I'll have more on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. We have some.
No, is that crazy or what? Donald Trump Jr. is trying to get a defense contract to teach your service members how to fight because he owns part of an MMA fucking company. Hey, Nappy Chai. Hey, Leonard. Little Donnie has the purest yodeler in the land. RonyiQ Miles and Jack, grand afternoon. Grand afternoon to you as well. Let me see if there's anything else that I definitely want to get to. I think, I may want to. Now, we watched the Keg Breath, we did breath interview. Hold on. Now, they're saying that Iran has used Chinese spy satellites to target the U.S. bases. So now we heard that 4547 was saying that Iran would be in trouble. I mean, China would be in trouble if he found out they were giving missiles to Iran. But what type of trouble will they be in now that we find out that they have been using Chinese spy satellite to target U.S. bases? Now, what is going to happen now when 4547 and Xinjiang, the Xinjiang, whatever his name is are supposed to meet together. And what about that? A nice note, and I can't wait to hug Chi. I can't wait to hug him. What about now? See, because all of this is just fake bullshit for your president because nothing in real life means anything to him. So now there has been a drone that has disappeared. I wonder. I think this is a man drone. So let's go into this drone that is missing over the Persian Gulf that they are saying nothing or little about. Why? Because it's one of the most advanced drones in the Persian uh, Gulf. I didn't know about this story. Let me share this with you right quick. I'll go over to breaking points. Let's get into that.
by relationships between the U.S. and China, between China and Iran, and how all these pieces fit together.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go to the next one, shall we? A2, let's put it up here on the screen. Actually, our friend Brandon Weichert was one of the first to actually report this, but it has now basically been confirmed. A U.S. Navy MQ-4C Triton surveillance drone disappeared abruptly and unexpectedly from online flight tracking after declaring an in-flight emergency while flying over the Persian Gulf. This was a dateline from a couple of days ago on April 9th. Now, the reason why that this is really important is I was personally unaware of this, but this surveillance drone is one of the most advanced drones, actually, that is in the U.S. military arsenal. The estimated price tag appears to be some several $100 million.
Did Pete Kegbreath tell you about that this morning when he was giving you an update and talking about how depleted the Iranian military was? Did he give you an update about this at all? Did he mention it? Has he mentioned it yet? I'm just curious.
And was broadcasting at one point an in-flight emergency. So very likely to have been shot down. And we know that it's been disappeared over their airspace. But you add it to the list of all of these strategic assets which took hits. You had a refueling base. And they actually talk specifically in that Financial Times article about how that attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base, probably the most significant strategic strike that the Iranians, so obviously they had those strikes which killed U.S. service members, but this strike took out, that critical U.S. Navy surveillance aircraft, which cost $700 million. It took out and disabled multiple different tankers. We actually saw that picture, remember, of that tanker coming back to the UK with shrapnel all over. I mean, you haven't seen imagery like that since like World War II in black and white. And then you have this surveillance drone, which is added to the list of all of the other MQ-9 Reaper drones, which we actually lost over Iran. So the total price tag just in lost military equipment is going to be well into the billions. The operating cost of the war, I mean, it's always difficult to ballpark. The conservative estimate is something like 35 to 40 billion. And if you add in, all of the soft costs, it's very likely to be 80 billion. So we just vaporized almost $100 billion in a month, which everyone should be like, combine it with the China piece. How is that preparedness? This is a low-level tertiary conflict, which didn't even involve U.S. ground troops. So what is a real conflict going to look? It's a nightmare. And obviously, look, money is not everything, but what it does expose is inefficiency, problems within the system, and the inability to actually accomplish the task that you set out to. We didn't destroy the ballistic missile program. We didn't change the regime. We ultimately really didn't accomplish.
That's what happens when you fire the competent people who have worked all their life to be professionals and to get the job done because you're insecure racist. That's what you get, and that's what you get when you choose to hire an insecure racist to do your bidding of racism. Okay, so pretty soon, the only way we are going to pay for our military is putting boots on the ground. Let's put these boots on the ground to pay for our military. Since he thinks it is a great thing to have our military out here spending all of this money, can we get these boots on the ground? Can we get a couple of dollars back on our return? Can we? I'm just asking. Okay, so let me. Okay, let me quit being silly. Okay, let me see. Make sure there's nothing further that I wanted to share with you guys today, because I did have quite a bit, but I don't think I'm gonna actually get to all of it. I'm gonna drop for you. Is it this one? No. Hold on. I need to get into what I did not show you yesterday about JD Vance being heckled at the empty Turning Point event that had in Georgia that had so few people in the seats that Erica crying Kirk didn't show up herself. Now, Erica Kirk is supposed to be at some event tonight, and it has also came out that there were no viable threats. Erica Kirk said that she couldn't go to the event that the vice president would be at in Georgia because of personal threats to her life. And did I say the vice president was going to be there? You know, the whole Secret Service team that I guess they're not as good as Erica Kirk's security. Erica Kirk says her life is in danger. Danger! If you get up there and rub your hands through his hair again. So that has been determined that was a lie. Everybody knew that was a lie when she told that lie. But it's been determined that was a lie. Now let's get into J.D. Vance sitting at this empty arena. You think that this is our next president?
This is from Jake Trailer. When he speaks on issues today.
And a lot of people have been trying to say that, oh no, they took those pictures before the event happened. Now, before the event happened, they actually had the cameras on. But after they saw that they were not going to fill up these seats, they turned the cameras down low. And so they tried to pretend like they were just trying to have a little intimate gathering, try to change the gist of it all. And it's J.D. Vance is going to get heckled very badly during this performance. And you over there sitting in the dark, well, tell them to turn on the lights in this empty ass auditorium then. If you want to try to persecute him because he's sitting in the darkness that have to be bought in because you didn't bring in any feet in the auditorium to sit down in chairs. Let's continue.
Even when I disagree with how it's applying the legal principle, so the most obvious example is.
So
Rehearsal?
Yeah. No, not rehearsal. That was in the middle of the event.
Now, you see, he was in the... No, it wasn't rehearsal. We hear J.D. Vance talking. This is in the middle of the event.
They could have hosted that in, like... They don't even need to rent out the Marriott Ballroom. They could have hosted that in, like...
At the team's recommendations extremely seriously.
Mhm.
Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. Where were they guarding your feelings?
Candace says, stop. This is...
J.D. Vance, but after all our family has been through, I take my security team's recommendations extremely seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's her, Erica, what is her name? Kirk, saying that, I was so looking forward to tonight's event at the University of Georgia with our Vice President, J.D. Vance. But after all, our family has been through. I take my security team recommendations extremely seriously. Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. God bless you. Now, people don't believe you and don't line up for you because you struggle to tell the truth about even the most basic facts. Where is the video of Charlie appointing you as CEO weeks before his death? The Secret Service sits above your security team. Were there actually a viable threat, the vice president would not have continued the event. Your closest threat is the shit public relations team you hired that continues to operate under the delusion that they are smarter than the public. They aren't. So that is a...
Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. Where were they guarding?
Couldn't pay people to come to this.
They were free.
It's exactly right. They were free too, subsidized by some billionaire. You couldn't pay people to come to this. Maybe you could, but that wouldn't.
And I read to you this comment yesterday from Candace Owens when I covered a little bit of the story before my computer died. Candace Owens' response was, oh, that was Candace Owens. Stop. This is exhausting. You pulled out because of bad ticket sales. For the same reason, Turning Point Faith had to reschedule the Pastor Summit and various other events quietly. People don't believe you. Oh, that was Candace Owens' statement. Now let's get to the heckling of it all, shall we? And you can go over here. I'm going to put this link in my chat as well. The majority report, because they do a good report.
I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated?
Yeah, the godless communists were on the right side of that, by the way.
But the thing about it is, he wants to say, how can you say that God was not on the side of the people who wielded the sword? But what are they wielding the sword for? You see how he is trying to diminish his own Pope's comments about war. And what were they over there for? Were they wielding the sword on people who were creating genocide on another group of people? Oh, he's trying to pretend as if that we don't have to think about this. He's trying to pretend as if any war is just. Either if you are the person who caused the war, or you are the person who are defending yourself against war. So, the same way now, America started this war, but how many times have you heard them give Iran ultimatums as if Iran were the people who started this war? We're going to make sure they never have a nuclear. We're going to make sure they this. But you were the one who started all of this. They were doing nothing. They screamed death to America. For 47 years, they've been doing X, Y, Z. But you started this shit, and you act as if they don't have the right to wield a weapon to protect themselves. But when does God have a problem with people wielding the sword? But you have plenty of problems when you struck Iran and they struck you back. See, you welded a butter knife. They were the one who were wielding an actual sword at your ass, and now y'all want to cry and tuck your tail. We need help. We need help. SOS. Oh, let's get to the heckling, shall we? This is the new Catholic talking about his Pope.
The Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who lived?
Reference in World War II is a subtle admission that Vietnam wasn't a righteous war.
Side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from those who had survived the Holocaust?
Was God on the side of nobody who liberated the Palestinian people who were never liberated? Or was God on the side of the same people that you speak of who ancestors had to be liberated from the Nazis? Is God on the side of the same people who ancestors had to be liberated from the Nazis? Is God on their side? Now that they are the ones who was committing a whole genocide on the Palestinian people, whose side is God on? Whose side is God on? Everybody want to talk, try to act as if they care about a genocide. They only care about the genocide of the Nazis. Everybody else, oh, you need to get over it. Oh, you need to get over it. Genocide by the Nazis. Oh, you need to get over it. And they go blind. They go silent when the ancestors of the people who had to be rescued from a genocide go out and create their own genocide all over their region. All over their region. Unapologetically. But they had the right to defend themselves. What they defending themselves against in Lebanon as they do a land crashing and grab for land. What are they defending themselves against there? I'm just asking. I really need to know. Let's continue to see what your president says.
I certainly think the answer is yes. And
He said, Jesus did not support genocide, is what he was held.
I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy.
Because
I think
it's not real.
a pretty easy principle.
Brian, come on.
Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No.
Okay, we can pause it there because the crowd starts booing. JD Vance continues to lecture him on the godliness of certain wars because
And what he accepts the Pope will do.
yeah, I'm shocked that this is the administration's posture. Pete Hegseth has a Crusades tattoo and was caught chanting "Kill all Muslims" at a bar. So they view this as a holy war, as we talk about how it's really the Iranian regime and all of their kind of religious fervor that's making them so irrational. Here, let's double tap a girls' school and commit countless atrocities. Now, this continued for a little bit, and the heckler came back for more, which I could not appreciate more.
So if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem.
Oh, you solved it.
Sorry, this is actually really important.
We're the one that solved that problem. There has been no peace in the Middle East. They are still bombing. They are still taking land in the Middle East. It has been reported that Jared Kushner is out in the Middle East right now, buying Palestinian land that still have dead children and dead mothers and dead fathers and dead everyone on this land that he is buying up. There are reports that Jared Kushner right now is gearing up for his greater Gaza what type of city is it? AI city. So let's keep it above. JD Vance is sitting up here saying that there has been more aid that has entered Gaza than in the last 5 years, and that is why. First of all, y'all done killed damn near all of the people in Palestine have lost their lives. Why would you be bringing as much aid in as you were when all of the people that have lost their lives were still alive? Of course, you'd be bringing in less aid, but when all of the people were alive that you allowed to be genocide, they starved to death because there were zero aid coming in. So it's not hard to bring in the most aid into a country that you set by and let zero food, water, medication get in for over 3 months. But you want to brag about how much aid is getting through while you conveniently ignore that the fighting and the killing has never, and the genocide is still ongoing in Palestine. Let's keep it above. Because you got to understand who you are dealing with. Now, America, hands are not clean. America is sitting around and still trying to lie to you and recreate the facts. The fact of the matter is a genocide happened in 2025. I believe between Joe Biden and Harris. Yes, their hands are dirty as well. Everybody who sat down and ignored a full-fledged genocide that happened on the watch of the American people, on the backs of Americans continuing to finance Israel. So don't fall for the lies and the bullshit. Let's finish this out.
Point.
Yes.
And this is reported that the reason that the ceasefire happened when it did was so both the Democrats and Republicans could claim credit for it. And flacks like JD Vance and his counterparts in the Democratic Party have said this was actually Joe Biden that did it, or actually Trump actually did it. Israel did that to give both of these sides a bone to chew on.
100%. We know this from how Netanyahu was meeting with Trump periodically prior to the 2024 election. Do you not think that he understood that Biden was so weak and captured ideologically by Zionism that he could elongate this as long as possible to hurt the one party in this country that has a constituency that's actually activated on the anti-war left for anti-genocide purposes, that he could hurt that political party, get Trump in power, and give him this win of the ceasefire, which, by the way, Israel has violated almost every single day since it was agreed to in the fall. You don't think that that was a part of the political calculation so he could sit up there and cynically, smugly say, we ended this? They're literally selling off the real estate with the bodies of hundreds of thousands of people unaccounted for under rubble, babies crushed, to Trump's son-in-law. And Israel is ethnically cleansing Lebanon right now.
And the Iran thing, this is all part of the same issue, which is the construction of Greater Israel.
Yeah.
The Gaza stuff and...
Let me see if there's one more. I don't want to play all of their stuff. I want to use to say what this wussy has to say to some heckler sitting in the back thinking he is really done it. And he just really showed the simple fact that he even sat down here at this event thinking that they are going to change the mind of the youth and capture the mind of the youth to be foolish fool to this regime, to think that he is taking over the MAGA cult. He's not taking over the MAGA cult, and he's getting fried at huge venues with large participation. That's all is happening to J.D. Vance.
By the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Right.
You're killing children. You're bombing children. Yes, sir, but yes, sir, but what? Yes, sir, but what? What do you say? What is the but after you have to say yes to your bombing children? Let's hear that again.
Sure. The president.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming to Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years.
That's a lie.
Because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about our administration is whether it's there or Thailand and Cambodia, we have consistently tried as much as we can to solve these problems, not just complain about them like the guy who just ran away angry.
Oh, yeah, just complaining, the guy who just ran away.
Like the guy who just ran away. He was taken out of the event. Let's be sure. Now he's acting like this man was so in fear that he ran away. No, he was taken out of the arena. And let's also be clear. He said that the guy was hiding in the dark. He wasn't hiding in the dark. The shame that Turning Point USA had was hiding in the dark. If they had turned on the light, they would have everybody would have been able to see that hardly any people came out to this event. After Erica Kirk in her fake tears canceled and you were the mainstay of the event, nobody showed up. And unlike Candace Owens said that she saw the poor ticket sales, some people say that the event is actually free and nobody showed up. In Georgia, nobody showed up to see JD.
All right, you're the vice president, but go on Theo Vaughn and clutch your pearls a little bit more when he tries to tepidly ask you about that genocide that you're in favor of or that you're supporting actively.
Okay, this link is in my description box. What is it under? It is under Vance is heckled. I think there is. I'm pretty sure there is. Since we're speaking of Israel, it would be remiss of me if I did not share this with you. Understand that Bernie Sanders is Jewish. Look what happened on that floor.
Resolution 32, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale.
Hold on. Let me share this with you again.
To discharge Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing for congressional
Resolution 32, providing for what? Let's hear.
Approval of the proposed foreign military. To discharge Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing for congressional approval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 36B1 of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of SJ Res 138.
The clerk will report the motion.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 138, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
President.
Recognize the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, let me begin by thanking Senator Kelly not only for his remarks and his work as a U.S. Senator, but for his service to our country in the military. And I very much appreciate his support for these resolutions. Mr. President, 60% of our people here in the United States live paycheck to paycheck. They are struggling to pay for groceries, for housing, for health care, and increasingly the ability to fill up their gas tanks in their cars in order to get to work. We also have a $37 trillion national debt. Bottom line, the American people, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independents, conservatives, moderates, or progressives, want to make certain that their tax dollars are spent responsibly. And in strong and growing numbers, they do not want us to continue spending billions of their taxpayer dollars in support of the illegal, horrific, and expansionist war policies of the Netanyahu government in Israel. Since October 7th, 2023, the United States has provided over $21 billion in military aid to Israel. And today we are saying loudly and clearly, enough is enough. Mr. President, we all know that on October 7th, 2023, Hamas, a terrorist organization, attacked Israel. They killed more than 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took hundreds of hostages. I believe that there is no disagreement in this chamber that, like any other country on earth, Israel had the absolute right to respond to that barbaric Hamas attack. But, Mr. President, Israel did not have the right to violate international law and wage an all-out war of unspeakable destruction against the entire Palestinian people in what experts have correctly concluded is a genocide. Israel did not have the right, out of a population of 2.2 million, to kill more than 72,000 Palestinians in Gaza and wound over 170,000. That is more than 10% of the population. If that happened here in America, that would be over 30 million Americans dead or wounded. And in Gaza, a strong majority of the dead and wounded are women, children, and the elderly. And by the way, that number is likely an underestimate as to the tragedy, as bodies are literally being pulled out of the rubble every single day. Mr. President, Israel did not have the right to destroy virtually all of Gaza's infrastructure, including its water and sewer systems and its supply of electricity. They did not have the right to demolish every one of Gaza's 12 universities, along with hundreds of schools, dismantling their entire educational system. Vast majority of the children in Gaza today are not in school. Israel did not have the right to indiscriminately bomb civilian neighborhoods and damage or destroy over 90% of the housing units in Gaza. Over 90% damaged or destroyed, resulting in the vast majority of the population there now sleeping in tents. That is where they are today. Israel did not have the right to bomb over 90% of the hospitals in Gaza, hospitals, and kill 1,700 healthcare workers.
You know what, Leonard, and the other person in the chat. Let me pull out. I do believe this happened today. I do believe this happened today. Isn't it a bit too little, too late? 9 hours ago. I do believe that this is new, and it happened 9 hours ago. Let me see. Oh yes, this is current because he is referencing what they're doing with in Lebanon. Um, uh, you know, this could have been done so long ago, where so many more people lives would not have been lost. But let's continue.
And Mr. President,
But goddamn, I must commend him for being Jewish and finally speaking up, finally saying it on the floor where it shoulda, coulda, woulda mattered. I must say that you hear these supremacists talking about none of this type of stuff even is a thing. None of this type of stuff matters. It shows you where the heart of some of these, where these people lie. Their hearts lie. They don't care about life.
Israel did not have the right to impose a blockade which prevented food, water, and medicine from entering Gaza, resulting in thousands of Palestinians being diagnosed with malnutrition and hundreds actually starving to death. But, Mr. President, today we're not just talking about Gaza. In the West Bank, in direct violation of international law that protects Palestinian territory, Israeli soldiers and settlers since October 2023 have killed over 1,000 Palestinians, including 233 children. During that period, Mr. President, they have demolished more than 6,000 Palestinian homes and established more than 200 new illegal settlements and outposts in Palestinian territory. And let us be clear, because I think there is some confusion about this. These actions are not just the results of some extremists, out of control settlers who are just doing whatever they want. Those actions are consistent with Israeli government policy. Netanyahu's security cabinet has approved the most sweeping changes to the West Bank's legal status since 1967, removing nearly all constraints on settlement expansion. Netanyahu himself declared, this is Netanyahu, quote, "There will never be a Palestinian state," end quote. And I say that to some people here who still say, well, we're in favor of a two-state solution. That is not Mr. Netanyahu's position. Quote, he said, "There will never be a Palestinian state." His finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, bragged that new settlement construction in the West Bank would bury, that's his word, bury the idea of a Palestinian state. But, Mr. President, it is not just Gaza and the West Bank. We now know that Netanyahu convinced President Trump to start an unprovoked and unconstitutional war on Iran. For 40 years, Netanyahu has wanted the United States to participate with Israel in a war against Iran. And finally, after 40 years of effort, he finally found in Trump a president willing to go along. He couldn't get Democratic presidents in the past, couldn't get Republican presidents in the past. In Trump, he finally found a president willing to go along. This war in violation of international law has resulted already in the deaths of thousands of civilians, including hundreds of children in Iran and Lebanon, including 26 Israeli civilians who are now dead and 13 American soldiers who have lost their lives so far in this conflict. Mr. President, all over the world, certainly including the United States, hundreds of millions of innocent people are suffering the economic consequences of this war, with higher prices and growing scarcity of basic goods. I believe that in Vermont now, the price of gas, regular gas, is about $4 a gallon. Parts of the country, it is even higher than that. But, Mr. President, for Netanyahu, Gaza was not enough. Attacking Iran was not enough. Netanyahu is now waging a full-blown war of expansion against Lebanon. That war in Lebanon has not only killed more than 2,000 people, but has resulted in Israel occupying 14% of Lebanese territory. Let me repeat that. The war in Lebanon has not only killed more than 2,000 people, but has resulted in Israel occupying 14% of Lebanese territory. Mr. President, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has announced that all Lebanese border villages will be demolished. His exact words, following, quote, the model in Gaza. Demolish border villages. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, has warned that Dayaya, a suburb of South Beirut, quote, will look like Khan Yunis, end quote, a city in Gaza that Israel reduced to rubble. In other words, what they did in Gaza is now what they intend to do in parts of Lebanon. And these, Mr. President, are not threats, they are promises. For all of the reasons that I have given, and more, and you're going to hear more from some of my colleagues in a few moments, support for Israel in this country has plummeted. Today, according to a recent Pew poll, 80% of Democrats now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, and 41% of Republicans share that view. And the numbers in all parties among young people are even higher. Young people, whether they are young Democrats, progressives, conservatives, do not want us to continue to fund the horrific war policies of Netanyahu. A recent Quinnipiac poll also found that 60%, including 3/4 of Democrats, 2/3 of independents, and 37% of Republicans, I say that to my Republican colleagues, 37% of Republicans do not want the U.S. sending more military aid to Israel. And that is why, Mr. President, I am offering today 2 joint resolutions of disapproval, the only formal mechanism Congress has to block an arms sale. The first resolution would block the sale of $151 million in 1,000-pound bombs. The second would block $295 million in bulldozers, the machines used to demolish homes in the West Bank and Gaza and make a Palestinian state physically.
Now, these monsters are trying to buy bulldozers to flatten all of the destruction, all of the remnants of what buildings that may stand. But understand, they want the Americans to pay for it. Isn't that isn't that strange that they want the Americans to pay for it? At the same time, you hear that they are selling this land to whom? Jared Kushner, a billionaire who's over getting contact with Saudis and rubbing shoulders with people in the Middle East and asking for billions and receiving billions of dollars. The same Jared who said that Palestine, the people should be taken somewhere in the desert, and that it is that Palestine was a great lakefront property. The same Jared Kushner who is in this administration under some fake premise of being a peace envoy for peace. This same Jared Kushner who has amassed billions of dollars, and now they want you, the American taxpayer, to pay for the bulldozers that are going to tear Israel down. As this billionaire Jared Kushner is buying up the land where the bodies are crushed under the shit that they want you to pay, so this billionaire Jared Kushner can build his wonderland, his oasis, his tech bro waterfront properties. But they want you, the taxpayer, to pay for the motherfucking bulldozers. As a great poet once said, I will quote the late great Don King: "Only in America, only in America." This link is in my description box. I have a couple more things, but where do they do that? Where do they have the balls to do anything like this? That they want you to pay for it. Let me show you this right quick. I think I'm really trying to. Yeah, I want to share this with you because why do I want to share this with you? I want to share something else with you as well. Oh, this isn't the one that I wanted to share with you. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Hold on. Let me put something up right quick. Hold on. Let me share this with you real quick. That isn't the one. This is what I want to share with you. If you are unaware, the Pope has started receiving death threats. This is what I want to share with you. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Pope threat. Bomb threats target Pope Leo's family home following beef with Trump. Disturbing scare unfold close to the inner circle of Pope Leo. Authorities in Illinois responded to a bomb threat at the home of the Pope's brother. Now, at the home of the Pope's brother. That brother, that 45, 47, said, I don't like Leo, but I like his brother Louis. I hear he's a big MAGA guy. Would it be that brother? Would it be that brother? Now, I also want to know, are people going to be as broken up as they were about Charlie Kirk and his family? Huh? Now, your president came out here and said some very disparaging things about the goddamn Pope. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wrong choice of word. About the Pope, not the goddamn. About the Pope. And now his family is getting death threats. Authorities in Illinois responded to a bomb threat at the home of the Pope's brother, prompting an urgent police investigation into Lennox. After a full search of the property, officials confirmed the threat was ultimately unsubstantiated, but not before raising serious concerns about the safety and targeting. While no explosives were found, the incident highlights the heightened risk that can extend beyond public figures to their families, especially amid growing global tensions and visibility. Police have not released details about who made the threat or what may have prompted it, and the investigation remains ongoing. Why is that important? Because it's important. It's just important because it's important to know that your big mouth president is out here putting people's lives in danger. At the same time, they are looking at ways to try to figure out. Then now they said that Renee Good and the other guy who lives that they took, they tried to present them as domestic terrorists. And they have taken all of the white extremists that your own government intel told you that were the likely people who needed to be on terror watch list, a terror watch list that they never put these white extremists on. No. But they want you to believe that all of this left-wing violence, are they going to be talking about all of this left-wing violence now? You know they ain't gonna be talking about a goddamn thing about no left wing violence now. Now, let me go back. Let me go back to what I. Let me see. I hope I can find it. I really hope I can find it. I may not be able to find it. Hold on. Pope Leo's brother, not the no, it wasn't the MAGA one. Pope Leo's brother, not the MAGA one. Okay. Let me share. Let me share this with you right quick. These people have lost their everlasting mind. This is who they. This is who's alive. They tried to take. This shit is crazy. This shit is absolutely crazy. And for all of you alleged Christians, you should be embarrassed. I don't care if you are a Church of God in Christ, a Catholic. All of this should be condemned because J.D. Vance had the nerves to actually say that the Pope needs to try to talk more about the church, stay out of politics, and not try to talk about morality. Why would you, a politician, tell a pundit not to talk about morality when that is what his job is to do? But you are 2 years a Catholic and you telling the Pope what to do. Well, you ain't nothing but a motherfucking hand-picked do-bitch for a multi-billionaire who never got your own job, your own nothing without a Peter Thiel putting up some money and some connections for you to do to be anything. And you sitting up here telling the Pope what he ought not to talk about. Let's see what the Pope has been talking about. The masters of war pretend not to know that it takes only a moment to destroy. They turn a blind eye to the fact that billions of dollars are spent on killing, on devastation, yet the resources needed for a healing, education, and restoration are nowhere to be found. Do you think that that's why they're mad? Let me make sure I can. Do you think that's why they're mad? You think that's why they're mad? Your own president took down a service that they had for him for Easter Sunday, a heathen service where he said they ain't got no money for no child care. They ain't got no money for no Medicaid, Medicare. The states ought to take care of that. We need we are a war nation and we need money for these wars. And they mad at the Pope. If y'all don't get these devils up out of this office, y'all better. Now let me show you. Speaking of getting these devils up out of office, let me show you one thing. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Crypto. Vance Helkelt. We got through that. Article 6. 6 articles against Keck breath. Here we go. I think they ought to use section 2, paragraph 2, section, what is it? Section 2, section 4 of article 2. Hold on, I'll show you. Let me get this in, since we're talking about getting Keg Breath out of office. Let me show you this real quick. Here it is. Oh, God. Oh, God. Sorry, this page is not available. Okay. Here we go. Let's get into it right here. If you were unaware, there have been 6 articles of impeachment filed on Pete Kegbreath. Let me read to you a little bit of the article. Here we go. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let me read a little bit of the article. House Democrat files articles of impeachment against Kegbreath. Here we go. Washington House Democrats unveiled articles of impeachment against Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath on Wednesday, making serious allegations about his handling of the war in Iran and his leadership more broadly. The resolution, led by Representative Yasmin Asari of Arizona, lists 6 impeachment articles. Let's read them together, shall we? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I apologize. Unauthorized war against Iran and reckless endangerment of U.S. service members. 2. Violation of the law of armed conflict and a targeting of civilians. 3. Negligence and reckless handling of sensitive military information. 4. Obstruction of congressional oversight. 5. Abuse of power and politicization of the armed forces. That should definitely be one as well. 6. Conducting and bringing disrepute, goddamn, upon the U.S. and its armed forces. Now, they say you have brought disrepute upon us in our the armed forces. The impeachment push almost certainly won't go anywhere in the House this year, since Republicans have a narrow majority. It sure won't, because Mike Johnson is closing down the House every time they turn on a light in the well of Congress. Mike Johnson is banging the gavel 3 times. I don't care if it's on his toenail, his forehead. He banging the gaggle and adjourning the House after they just came back off of what? Another vacation. Mike Johnson, no, he is done. The the impeachment probably won't go anywhere, especially under the Republican, but the Democrat sponsors could renew their effort if the party takes control of the chamber following the midterm elections. Let me tell you something. If you don't think there's going to be bloodshed, God damn. I just really hate to think that here in 2026, something as simple and casual and easy that voting used to be may be a whole big melee out here in 2026 because we have somebody who doesn't want to relinquish power, who cannot say that he has had an unpopular agenda, and rightfully so. People more than likely will vote him and his ilk out of office, and therefore we are going to have to really think and really consider how dangerous voting is going to be. Voting is going to be something like in the late 50s, early 60s for people, not just black people, for people in Democrat cities, not just black people. You white people are going to get it too. You white people are in Democrat cities, in Democrat polling areas. You're gonna get it too, but you ain't gonna get it bad as black people. They are definitely going to go for the black polling places. So this is what I wanted to show you about that. Let me make sure. I think that is really all that I have to share. If not, if I find something that I really there is something I do really want to share. Before I go, let me share this with you, and I'll meet you guys up here tomorrow. Oh Lord, every time I go to find this, I find something else. Now, Trump didn't call the Epstein survivors victims or whatever. They are victims or whatever. Or whatever. And you still have women withholding these Epstein files. Let that sink in real quickly. Let that sink in. Now, this is the last thing. I'm pretty sure many of you. Oh, I also have the interview with the guy who does the Lego videos. There's an interview with him. I want to show you guys that in that interview, and I guess I'll show that interview to you guys tomorrow. But let's end with this. These sacrilegious lying Christians. They definitely need. He and JD Vance need more of this in their lives. So.
This? Who made this? Somebody made this AI video and I found it so hilarious. What is this? Who made this? Somebody made this AI video and I found it so hilarious. What is this? Who made this?
Slapped him right into the lake of fire. How fitting. All right, guys. I appreciate your support. Please hit the like button. Let me see what you guys are saying. Those ain't women. Women are nurturing and caring by nature. Those are demons. Or whatever, you know. Okay. They doing it on purpose. They're going to make it so difficult to vote, it won't be worth it. They are doing it on purpose. Yes, they are doing it on purpose. They are hoping that people have the mindset of, oh, fuck it. You ain't going to get me out there. Oh, fuck it. I ain't going out there. ICE is out there and they're going to do this. Okay, now Randy is talking something about speaking of Jesus Christ. He said, or repent or perish. Okay, Second Peter 3.9. It's not 2 Peter. It's not 2 Peter, or is it Second Peter? Is that 2 Peter? Randy. Randy wrote something about 2 Peter. Maybe that's Second Peter. Maybe I have been in and around the church, so I don't come out here and trying to pretend like I know anything about the Bible and come out here saying 2 Peter like your president came out here saying 2 Corinthians. Second Peter 3 chapter 3 verse 9. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. Thank you, Randy. What a good way to end the show. Because I was about to end it slapping 45, 47 in the pits of hell, as that meme was doing. I know it's Second Peter. What are you talking about? Ronnie, that's not him dressed like that. Christ, that's a uniform of the wizard from the Illuminati card game. Oh my God. I'm not familiar with the Illuminati card game, but I appreciate all of you guys for being here. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't hit the thumb up, please hit the thumb up. I will be here again. We do this all week long, except on the weekends. So I think I did. I really wanted to get that Lego. The guy who does the Lego videos, but I don't have time, and I'm going to do that tomorrow. It's kind of a little long. I'm not going to play the whole video, but the interviewer is from the BBC who has an agenda. Now, but however, I was very interested in how this was put together, but the guy kept poking around, trying to get a gotcha moment, but it was a good interview. So I think that you guys will enjoy that. So I see you guys tomorrow. Have a great one. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.